It was supposed to be the perfect camping trip. A simple getaway, just me and my gear, out in the woods to clear my head. No distractions, no stress. Just the sound of the wind through the trees and the crackle of a campfire. I had been working non-stop for weeks, and this trip was meant to be the escape I desperately needed. But sometimes, things don't go as planned. The campsite was nestled in the backwoods of a state park, far from the beaten path. It wasn't a popular spot, which was exactly why I chose it. I wanted solitude, away from the crowds that flooded the more common camping grounds. I didn't mind the idea of being isolated. It actually appealed to me. I had always loved the outdoors, the smell of pine in the air, and the way the sun filtered through the branches of tall trees. There was something grounding about it. When I arrived at the site, the sun was starting to dip behind the horizon. I set up my tent, carefully unrolled my sleeping bag, and staked the corners of the tarp into the soft earth. The air was cool, but not cold enough to be uncomfortable. I started a fire, its orange glow dancing across the clearing, and sat back, content. For a moment, everything felt perfect. I pulled out a bag of marshmallows and a pack of crackers, deciding I'd make the most of the night by just enjoying some peace. I hadn't even realized how much I missed moments like this. Just quiet. There was no sound of traffic, no chatter of people, just the occasional rustle of leaves and the steady crackling of the fire. But as the evening wore on, something started to feel off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't fear, not exactly, just a feeling that something was wrong. It could have been the wind, the way it picked up suddenly, gusting through the trees with a harshness I wasn't used to in this area. Or maybe it was the silence, the way the forest seemed to close in on me as the shadows stretched longer. I brushed it off, deciding it was just my imagination. I was tired, after all, and being out here alone with no one else around probably made me more sensitive to every little sound. I forced myself to relax and pulled the warmth of the fire closer. But then I heard it, a snap of a twig. It wasn't close, but it was too distinct, too deliberate to be the wind or an animal. My stomach churned. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or a raccoon, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. It was the way it had sounded, too close to my campsite. I stood up, slowly, my heart thudding in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight I had left on the log beside me and turned it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I swung it across the clearing, but there was nothing. No movement, no shadows. Nothing. I was being paranoid, I thought. The wind could have moved something, or maybe I was hearing things. I took a deep breath, tried to steady my nerves, and sat back down. Another snap, louder this time. I froze, my hand tightening around the flashlight. I wasn't alone. Something was out there. I didn't want to think about it. The rational part of my brain told me that whatever it wasn't anything to be afraid of. It was probably just some animal, maybe even a person lost in the woods. Still, a creeping sense of unease slithered up my spine. I stood again, my feet crunching on the dry leaves. The fire was starting to die down, the embers glowing faintly, casting eerie shadows across the trees. I added another log to the fire, the crackling sound loud in the quiet night. For a moment, I thought I saw something, just at the edge of the firelight, a flicker of movement. But when I shone the flashlight in that direction, there was nothing. I sat back down, trying to focus on the warmth of the fire, but my mind kept racing. Every sound was amplified in the silence. Every rustle of leaves seemed to come from all directions. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. I'd been out in the woods alone before. I wasn't one to scare easily, but tonight felt different. I decided to call it a night. The unease was eating away at me, and I needed sleep. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up, the fabric feeling thin against the weight of the darkness outside. The sounds of the forest were muffled now, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there, watching me. I lay there in the dark, my eyes wide open, waiting for the comforting blanket of sleep to take me. But it didn't come. Instead, my mind kept racing, cycling through worst-case scenarios. It wasn't like me to be scared. But tonight, I wasn't so sure anymore. I heard the snap of a twig again, but this time it was closer. I couldn't move. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath shallow and quick. I listened intently, the silence pressing in on me. Then, just as I was about to convince myself it was nothing, there was another sound. It wasn't a snap this time, but a soft thud, like something heavy had been dropped onto the ground. I had to check. I had no choice. Slowly, I unzipped the tent, my breath caught in my throat. The air outside was colder than before, the wind picking up again, making the trees sway. I gripped the flashlight tightly and stepped out into the clearing. My eyes scanned the area, every shadow, every rustle in the trees. But there was nothing. Nothing but the flickering fire and the sound of the wind. I let out a long breath, the tension leaving my body for a moment. I was being ridiculous. But then I heard it again. The thud came from behind me, close, too close. I whirled around, the flashlight beam shaking in my hand. And there, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. It was tall, too tall. Its body was unnaturally thin, almost skeletal, but covered in dark, ragged clothes. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, in the shadow of the trees, staring at me with eyes that I couldn't see but somehow felt. Couldn't breathe. My body was frozen, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get out of there, but I couldn't make myself move. The figure didn't advance. It just stood there, watching me, until the cold air seemed to grow even colder. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going. I just had to get away. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, my footsteps heavy and frantic. I didn't know how far I'd gone when I realized I was no longer at my campsite. I had run straight into the woods, away from everything familiar. I was lost. I could hear branches breaking behind me, the sounds of something chasing me. My legs burned from the exertion, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't let it catch me. I ran for what felt like hours, the only sound the pounding of my feet and the wind in my ears. My flashlight had long since fallen from my hand, the darkness enveloping me. I couldn't think straight. My mind was a mess, fear and adrenaline clouding my thoughts. Finally, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. My body was exhausted, my legs sore, my heart threatening to break through my chest. I was alone, deep in the woods, and I didn't know which direction to go. But then, after a long while, I heard something, a familiar sound, the rustling of leaves, the soft crackling of a fire. It was my campsite. I didn't know how I'd found my way back, but somehow I had. I stumbled into the clearing, the fire still glowing faintly, and collapsed beside it. I was safe for now. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back. The woods had felt alive, watching me, waiting. I'll never know what it was that I saw that night, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never camp alone again. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just me and a few friends, getting away from the noise and stress of our daily lives. We had planned this camping trip for weeks. We rented a cabin at a state park out in the middle of nowhere, far enough that we wouldn't hear the usual hum of traffic or city lights, just the crackle of a campfire, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional animal call in the distance. The cabin was rustic but comfortable enough. There was a small kitchen, a couple of bedrooms, a fireplace, and large windows that overlooked a lake. We could hear the sound of water lapping against the shore from inside, a gentle and soothing sound. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with a clear sky. It seemed like the ideal setting to disconnect from everything. We spent the day hiking, talking, and relaxing by the water. The sun dipped behind the trees, casting long shadows across the landscape. By the time the fire started, we were all pretty tired, but in a good way. We roasted marshmallows, talked about random things, and joked around, enjoying the simplicity of the moment. The air smelled fresh, with that earthy pine scent that only a forest could give. As the fire burned low, the wind picked up a bit, rattling the trees and causing some of the loose leaves to swirl in the air. A chill settled in, and we retreated inside the cabin for warmth. There was something peaceful about the isolation, and for a while I forgot all the usual worries. It felt good to be far from everything, but something about the night felt different this time. Around midnight, as we were sitting inside, laughing and sipping drinks, a loud thud came from outside. It was so sudden and sharp, it made all of us jump. We froze for a second, listening. It was hard to say what it was, but it was definitely something large. Maybe a branch falling, maybe something else. We all looked at each other, a bit uneasy but trying to brush it off. "It's probably just an animal," one of my friends, Matt, said. He was always the level-headed one, always ready to explain things away logically. But even he seemed a little unsure. "Yeah, but that didn't sound like an animal," Sarah, another friend, replied. Her voice was quieter than usual, like she wasn't entirely convinced either. We didn't talk much after that. There was a brief, uneasy silence, but eventually, we all decided it was nothing to worry about. The wind had picked up, so it could have been a branch breaking off, or maybe even a deer bumping into something. Nothing to lose sleep over. At least that's what we told ourselves. But then there were more sounds, subtle at first, hard to pinpoint. A scratching, like something moving through the underbrush outside, followed by the soft crack of twigs breaking. It felt like someone, or something, was pacing around the cabin, just out of sight. I didn't want to acknowledge it at first, but it was impossible to ignore. We all noticed it. The sounds were too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random animal movements. There was no way an animal could be that consistent. My skin prickled with unease. Felt like we weren't alone anymore. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just the forest, just the wind. But the longer we listened, the more I felt a creeping tension build inside me. My instincts were screaming, telling me that something wasn't right. I glanced at Matt, who was still sitting in his chair, trying to act normal, but his eyes were wide, darting toward the window every now and then. He wasn't buying the just an animal explanation either. The sound continued, slowly moving from one side of the cabin to the other. Every time the wind howled, the scratching would pause, as if whatever it was out there was waiting for the gusts to die down before continuing its circuit. It was unnerving. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. "What the hell is that?" I said, breaking the silence. Matt frowned and got up from his seat. "I'll go check it out," he said, walking toward the door, but there was a hesitation in his step. He wasn't as confident as he tried to sound. Before he could open the door, Sarah stood up. "Are you crazy? You're just going to walk outside in the middle of the night." He hesitated again, then sighed. "Fine, I'll stay inside, but we're not sitting here all night listening to this." We all agreed. It was better to stick together, so we crowded near the windows trying to peek outside, but it was too dark to see much of anything. Just the silhouettes of trees swaying in the wind and the occasional flash of moonlight filtering through the leaves. Then came the sound again, a thud, closer this time, a heavy, muffled sound, something that didn't belong. That was it for me. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We all froze, listening. This time, there was no denying it. There was something or someone out there. We couldn't just ignore it anymore. It was too real, too tangible. We weren't alone. I could feel the panic beginning to creep in, tightening around my chest. Matt stepped toward the door again, but before he could do anything, another sound came from the opposite side of the cabin. A soft but distinct scraping sound, like something sharp dragging along the wood of the cabin. We all turned to face the noise, then back to the door. There was no way we were going out there now. No way we were going to open that door and confront whatever was outside. There was no explanation for it. No animal, no person. It was just wrong. A few moments passed in tense silence, but then, unexpectedly, everything went still. The sounds stopped. The wind calmed. Even the trees seemed to quiet down. And then, from outside, there came a single, unmistakable noise. A knock, just one, but it was so loud it felt like it shook the walls. The kind of knock you'd expect from someone desperate to get inside, from someone who knew you were there and wanted in. None of us moved. We didn't breathe. We didn't even dare to look at each other. We were all waiting for someone else to say something, but no one could find the words. After what felt like an eternity, Matt was the first to speak, but his voice was barely above a whisper. "I'll check the window." He moved quietly, carefully, to the side of the cabin, where the trees were dense. We all crowded together, trying to catch a glimpse, trying to understand what was happening. I felt my heart pounding, the blood rushing in my ears. Matt returned seconds later, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. "We need to leave. Now," he finally managed to say. None of us argued. We didn't need to. It was obvious. Something was out there. Something we couldn't explain, something we couldn't fight. The feeling of being hunted, of being watched, pressed in on us from all sides. We rushed to gather our things, trying to be as quiet as possible, but everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. The cabin, once so inviting and comforting, now felt like a trap. I kept glancing toward the door, afraid that if I looked away for even a second, someone would be standing there. With our things packed and no plan other than to get out, we stepped outside. It was colder now, the wind whipping through the trees and making the darkness feel even more oppressive. We moved quickly but cautiously toward the cars, every noise making us flinch. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just behind us, following every step. When we finally reached the cars, we didn't stop. We jumped in, slammed the doors, and drove away without looking back. For the rest of the night, none of us spoke much. We just wanted to put distance between us and that cabin. Whatever had been out there, whether it was a person, an animal, or something else, I don't know. But I knew one thing for sure. We were lucky to have gotten out of there. As we drove through the dark, empty roads, I could still feel the weight of that night pressing down on me. Even now, I'm not sure what it was we encountered. But I know this: when something feels wrong, when your instincts are screaming at you to leave, you listen. Because sometimes that's the only thing that can save you. The air felt different when I stepped off the beaten trail, leaving the hum of civilization behind. The trees were thicker here, their tall trunks rising into the sky like silent sentinels watching over the dense underbrush. I'd planned this trip for weeks, eager to get away from the noise and distractions of everyday life. But even as I set up camp, a nagging sense of unease seemed to follow me. It was supposed to be a simple solo trip, a weekend camping by the river, far enough from anyone that I could have some peace and quiet but not too far to get lost. I'd chosen this spot because it was secluded, a place where few people ventured. I'd come here with all the usual supplies: a tent, a small stove, my sleeping bag, and enough food to last me the weekend. The sun was starting to set, and the fading light cast long shadows on the ground. The only sounds were the distant chirps of birds settling in for the night and the rustle of leaves stirred by a breeze that felt cooler than it should have for this time of year. I was setting up my tent when I noticed something strange. It wasn't immediately obvious, but as I surveyed the area, I realized the ground around me wasn't as undisturbed as it should have been. There were broken twigs, leaves that looked too fresh, and small patches of dirt that had been recently disturbed. Maybe it was just animals, I thought, or the wind, nothing to be worried about. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I shrugged it off. I wasn't going to let a little paranoia ruin my trip. The fire pit was my next task, so I gathered a pile of dry wood from nearby. The flames crackled to life quickly, providing the first real warmth of the evening. As I sat by the fire, staring into the flickering orange glow, I let my thoughts wander. The peacefulness of the woods, the solitude, it was exactly what I needed. I was far from any distractions. No phone calls, no deadlines, just the quiet of nature. But then I heard it, a noise. It wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence like a sharp edge. A soft thud, followed by another and then another. It sounded like footsteps, but too light to be human. Something was moving around the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but it was too deliberate, too measured. My instincts kicked in and I felt my body tense. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the shadows, but the firelight only reached so far. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and shone it toward the noise. Nothing. I scanned the trees, the rocks, the ground, but the only thing I saw were the dark outlines of the woods stretching far beyond where my light could reach. My heart started to race. The noises stopped as abruptly as they had started, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I forced myself to calm down. It was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something else curious about the fire. I told myself not to overreact. But as the night dragged on and the fire burned lower, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I went inside my tent to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. The sounds of the forest, once comforting, now seemed menacing. The wind moaned through the trees, branches creaking like old bones, and I kept hearing those soft, deliberate footsteps circling the perimeter of my camp. I pulled my sleeping bag tightly around me, but the chill wasn't from the air alone. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of my tent zipper being tugged. My eyes flew open, my heart hammering in my chest. Someone or something was outside my tent. I held my breath, listening intently. The zipper pulled again, this time harder, more deliberate, as though someone was trying to get in. I reached for the small knife I kept by my side. I could hear my pulse thundering in my ears, but I stayed still, waiting. Another tug. Then suddenly it stopped. The sound of the zipper ceased, and the night fell completely silent. I waited a full minute, hardly daring to breathe, before I dared to peek out the flap of the tent. Nothing. No one was there. The camp was still, the fire long since reduced to glowing embers. My breath came out in a shaky exhale as I forced myself to think logically. Maybe it was an animal again, trying to get at food or something. The rational part of my mind tried to explain it away, but the rest of me knew something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the night with my knife in hand, eyes darting to every noise. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of the underbrush made my heart jump in my chest. Dawn never seemed to come soon enough. By the time morning light filtered through the trees, I was exhausted, but the eerie feeling didn't let up. I packed up camp quickly, trying to put distance between myself and whatever had been lurking around me. As I walked back down the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But there was nothing. The woods were empty, as they should have been. It wasn't until I got home that I found it. My backpack, which I'd been sure was packed securely, had been opened. Nothing was missing, but the zippers were all undone, and one of the straps had been frayed, like something had been tugging at it. I still don't know what happened that weekend. Whether it was just my mind playing tricks on me or something more sinister, I'll never be sure. But one thing I do know, I won't be camping alone again anytime soon. The woods may be peaceful, but there are things out there that make even the quietest places feel like the most dangerous. I've always loved camping. The idea of escaping the city and spending time in nature, just me, the trees, the sounds of the wild, has always been a form of therapy for me. But that weekend in the woods, something went wrong. Something I couldn't explain. And even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of it, like it's still out there waiting. It started like any other trip. I was alone, as I often was. My friends never really shared my enthusiasm for roughing it in the wilderness. So, I packed up my gear, tent, sleeping bag, flashlight, a few days worth of food, and a bottle of water, and set off for a remote spot I'd researched online. The place had a small, hidden lake and was far enough from any hiking trails that I'd likely not run into anyone. The drive was long, mostly through winding roads with trees lining both sides. Once I turned off the paved road and onto a gravel path, the forest around me thickened, the trees seeming to close in, their branches hanging low over the road like dark fingers. It was the kind of place that felt like it hadn't been touched by humans in ages. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. I arrived at the site just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a reddish glow over the landscape. I took a deep breath, the cool mountain air filling my lungs. I was here finally. The silence around me was almost unnatural, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of birds. I felt a wave of relief. I was free. For the next few days, the only thing I'd have to worry about was the fire, my food, and staying safe. Simple, right? I set up camp quickly. The tent was easy to pitch, the ground solid and soft with pine needles. Once the tent was secured, I gathered some firewood and lit a small campfire. The flames crackled as I settled down beside them, the heat from the fire pushing back the cold of the evening air. I pulled out a bag of trail mix, munching on it as I watched the flames dance. Night fell quickly, and with it, the temperature dropped. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and lay down, listening to the crackling fire. The darkness outside the circle of light from the fire felt almost alive, like it was pressing in around me. But it didn't bother me. I was used to it. I'd spent countless nights alone in the woods. There was always a slight tension, a sense that something could happen, but I never let it take away from the experience. That first night was uneventful. I woke up once, shivering, and threw an extra layer of clothes on before falling back to sleep. The morning came quietly, the sky lightening gradually, and I stretched, feeling the stiffness in my muscles from sleeping on the ground. I boiled some water for coffee and sat by the fire again, just enjoying the stillness. But it was on the second day that things started to get strange. I spent the afternoon hiking along the edge of the lake. The place was as beautiful as I'd hoped, clear water reflecting the sky, surrounded by dense trees, with the occasional rock outcrop providing a perfect place to sit and relax. I took a lot of photos, trying to capture the serenity of it all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sensation wasn't immediate, but it built slowly, like a creeping shadow. At first, I dismissed it as nerves, just part of being alone in the wilderness. But as I made my way deeper into the woods, I became more aware of the sounds, or rather, the lack of them. The birds had stopped calling. The wind, which had been rustling the leaves earlier, had gone quiet. It was unsettling. The only sound left was my own footsteps crunching on the dry leaves underfoot. I turned around, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing. The forest stretched out in all directions, still and silent. That evening, I returned to camp, my mind troubled by the quiet. I built the fire again and cooked some of the food I had packed. The night stretched out before me, long and dark, but it was when the fire burned low that the real unease began. The sound of footsteps, not from animals, not the crunch of leaves or twigs snapping underfoot like the forest had given me before. These were deliberate steps, slow, methodical. I was sitting close enough to the fire that I couldn't have missed it. There was no way someone could have snuck up on me without making a sound. But there they were, the distinct, rhythmic thud of boots on the ground, just outside the ring of light. I froze. My heart started to pound in my chest as I waited, straining my ears to listen, hoping it was just my imagination. The steps continued for several minutes, each one seeming to get closer. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, my mind racing. What if it was someone else camping nearby? But that didn't make sense. I hadn't passed anyone on my hike, and the closest road was miles away. No one else should be here. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands trembling. Slowly, I stood up and moved toward the edge of the camp. The footsteps stopped the moment I took a step. I waited, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. The fire crackled, its light flickering against the darkness, but there was nothing. No one. The air felt heavier now, suffocating. After what seemed like an eternity, I backed into the camp and sat down by the fire again. The noise, or whatever it was, had stopped, but the feeling of being watched had not gone away. In fact, it only grew stronger, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Couldn't let my guard down, couldn't relax. The night dragged on. I eventually fell into an uneasy sleep, but even then, I was restless. Every rustle in the trees outside the tent made my eyes snap open. Every creak of the branches sent my heart racing. Something was wrong. Couldn't explain it, but I knew it. The third day was when everything changed. I woke up to a strange sound. Not the usual bird calls or wind. No, this was something different. Something that didn't belong. It was a low, throbbing hum, like the sound of machinery, but distant, almost buried beneath the natural sounds of the forest. At first, I thought I might be imagining it, but as the minutes ticked by, it became clearer. It wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. There was definitely something out there. I grabbed my backpack, slinging it over my shoulder, and set off toward the source of the noise. The woods seemed to stretch endlessly before me, and the hum grew louder as I moved deeper into the trees. It was like a low, pulsing vibration under the ground, vibrating in my bones. I reached a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A large, metallic object was partially hidden behind some trees. It looked like an old, rusted generator, the kind that might have been left behind years ago, but its hum was unmistakable. And it was running. But why? Who would have left it out here, far from any roads or human settlement? I stepped closer, my instincts screaming at me to turn around, to get out. But curiosity overpowered my fear, and I moved cautiously toward the generator. Suddenly, I heard a noise, the sound of footsteps, but not just one set. There were multiple. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up again, and I slowly turned around. In the distance, just at the edge of the clearing, I saw movement. Figures. Several of them, but they weren't human. I couldn't make out details, but the shapes were wrong, too still, too silent. My heart started pounding again as they moved closer, slowly and deliberately. It hit me all at once. They weren't people. They weren't anything I could explain. I don't know how, but I just knew. And in that moment, something deep inside me screamed to run, to get out of there as fast as I could. Without a second thought, I turned and ran, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. The hum of the generator, the strange figures, everything faded behind me as I made my way through the woods, pushing past branches, tripping over roots, my lungs burning from the effort. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the road, the sound of my breathing filling my ears. I didn't even look back when I reached my car. I just threw my stuff in the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off. That was the last time I went camping alone. And to this day, I've never been back to that place. I don't know what I saw out there. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation getting to me, or maybe there really was something out there, something I'll never understand. But I do know one thing. I'll never forget the feeling of being watched. The sense that something was waiting, not for me to leave, but for me to come closer. I never thought a camping trip could go so wrong. I always imagined camping as a peaceful getaway, a place to reconnect with nature, get away from the noise of the city, and sleep under the stars. But that was before I went on this trip, before things started to unravel in ways I couldn't explain. It all started with my friends pushing me to go camping. For weeks, I'd been hearing about this perfect spot in the woods, a hidden gem that no one really knew about. They talked about the isolation, the beauty of the place, and how it was a real escape from everything. I wasn't a huge fan of the outdoors, but they were persistent. "It'll be fun," they said. "You'll love it," they promised. Eventually, I gave in and agreed to join them for a weekend in the wild. We drove out late Friday afternoon. It was a long, winding road that stretched through dense forests, past abandoned farms, and through small, sleepy towns that seemed to disappear as quickly as they appeared. There were no signs of civilization for miles. I didn't think much of it at the time, but the further we went, the more it started to feel like we were getting further from the real world. When we arrived, it was already getting dark. The air had a chill to it, even though it was supposed to be late summer. The campgrounds were deserted. No other tents, no cars parked in sight, just the silence of the woods stretching on forever. The only noise came from the rustling of the trees in the breeze and the occasional distant sound of an animal. Felt off, but I couldn't place why. We set up camp quickly, each of us working like we'd done it 1,000 times before. The fire crackled to life, sending out a warm glow into the growing darkness. We ate canned beans and hot dogs, laughing and telling stories around the fire. But there was something about the way the woods surrounded us, like the trees were watching, pressing in on us from every angle. Later that night, after the fire had burned down to embers, I decided to go for a walk. I wasn't tired, and I wanted some space from the chatter. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and wandered away from the campsite. The forest seemed alive. There was a constant hum in the air, like the trees were whispering to each other. It wasn't loud, but it was there. The further I went, the less the sounds of my friends faded. It was quiet, eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels unnatural. I turned on the flashlight, scanning the trees, but nothing stood out. I was about 100 yards from the campsite when I first noticed it. A figure. At first, I thought it was one of my friends coming to find me, but something didn't feel right. The figure didn't move. It stood motionless between the trees, its outline barely visible in the darkness. I called out, but the figure didn't respond. My heart started to race as I stepped closer, but as I did, the figure vanished into the shadows. I froze, unsure of what I'd just seen. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I turned back toward the camp, deciding that whatever it was, I didn't want to stick around to find out more. I picked up the pace, heading back to the warmth of the fire, but something in my gut told me I wasn't alone. It was that feeling you get when you're being watched, and no matter how much I told myself it was just paranoia, I couldn't shake it. I scanned the trees as I walked, but saw nothing. Still, the sensation lingered, crawling up my spine. When I got back to the camp, I was relieved to see my friends still sitting around the fire. They didn't notice anything unusual, and I didn't mention what I had seen. Instead, I sat down, trying to push the feeling of unease out of my mind. We stayed up a little longer, talking, laughing, but even the comfort of their presence didn't feel like enough to shake the weight that was hanging in the air. I woke up in the middle of the night. The fire had gone out, and the campsite was shrouded in complete darkness. The only light came from the dim glow of my flashlight. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the sky through the tent's mesh roof. The stars seemed unusually bright, almost too bright, but my attention was drawn to something else. A sound. It was faint at first, but I heard it. A tapping, like fingers drumming against wood. It came from somewhere deeper in the forest, just beyond the tree line. It wasn't an animal, not the sound of branches swaying or leaves rustling. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I held my breath, listening, but the sound stopped as soon as I focused on it. Maybe it was the wind, I told myself. Maybe it was just the forest settling. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stayed awake for hours, trying to convince myself that everything was fine, that I was just being paranoid. But every time I closed my eyes, I heard that tapping again. Came and went, but never stopped. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the cool night air, my breath forming little clouds in the moonlight. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I needed to know what was making that sound. I grabbed my flashlight again, the beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing. The forest was still, except for the distant rustling of leaves. But then I saw something moving. It wasn't a figure this time, but shapes. Shadows shifting in the woods. Not normal shadows, these were wrong. They moved in unnatural ways, darting between the trees too quickly to make sense of. I froze, my mind racing. Was it animals? Was it some kind of weird natural phenomenon? But no, it didn't make sense. It was like the shadows were alive. I didn't wait to find out. My heart pounded as I turned around and ran back to the campsite. The shadows seemed to follow me, but when I burst into the safety of the camp, they were gone. I didn't say anything to my friends. I couldn't find the words to explain it, and they were all too deep in sleep to care. I lay down, but sleep never came. Morning came too quickly. My friends were awake, cooking breakfast over the fire, laughing as if nothing had happened. I didn't know how to tell them about the night. I didn't know if I should. The sun was up now, and the forest looked completely different in the daylight. Everything seemed normal, as if nothing unusual had occurred. But I couldn't shake the unease that settled deep in my bones. We spent the day hiking and exploring, and the weirdness seemed to fade with the sun. But when nightfall came again, I could feel the tension building. I didn't want to stay another night. I didn't want to be out there anymore, but I didn't want to seem paranoid either. I didn't want to ruin the trip. That night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The shadows were back. I saw them moving again, just at the edge of the camp, darting between the trees in quick, jerky motions. This time, I wasn't going to ignore it. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the tree line. The others were sitting by the fire, unaware. I walked into the woods, following the movement. I don't know what I expected to find, but what I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. There, in the darkness, was a man. He was crouched low, half hidden behind a tree. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the camp. His body was completely still, and the only movement was the occasional twitch of his head, like he was listening for something. My heart raced. Who was he? What was he doing out there? I wanted to scream, but my mouth was dry. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. I was paralyzed. Then, without warning, he stood up and walked away, disappearing into the woods, just like that, like he'd never been there at all. I didn't wait to see where he went. I turned and ran back to the camp, my feet barely touching the ground. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I was gasping for air. I told my friends everything. I didn't care if they thought I was crazy. I had to leave. Now, we packed up camp in a hurry. It didn't matter that we'd paid for the weekend or that we had a few hours of daylight left. The place felt wrong. We needed to go, and I wasn't staying another minute. We left, And as we drove away, I looked back one last time at the dark forest. There was no movement, no figures in the trees, just the quiet, peaceful woods that seemed so harmless during the day. But I knew better now. There was something out there, something I couldn't explain, and I never, ever wanted to go back. I had always loved the idea of camping. The thought of escaping the noise of the city, trading in the constant buzz of electronics for the hum of crickets and the rustling of leaves, was incredibly appealing. So, when I had the chance to take a weekend off, I decided to go on a solo trip into the wilderness. I had done a fair amount of camping before, but never by myself. This time, I felt like testing my limits. I picked a small, remote campsite deep in the woods. It wasn't well known, which was part of the draw. No one would bother me. I had planned everything meticulously: food, water, gear, and the map of the area. I even made sure I had a satellite phone in case something went wrong, though I had no real intention of using it. The first few hours were blissful. I hiked along the winding trail, the forest dense around me, trees towering high above. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in a soft, dappled glow. Birds chirped overhead, and the air smelled fresh, earthy. I couldn't help but smile to myself as I walked. There was a sense of peace here, a quiet that I hadn't realized I was missing. Every step felt like a small victory, a moment of solitude I could claim for myself. By the time I arrived at the campsite, the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains. The area was perfect, secluded, with a small clearing and a stream running nearby. I set up my tent quickly, feeling comfortable in the routine of it. The campfire pit was already there, surrounded by a few large stones. I gathered some dry wood and started a fire, watching as the flames danced and flickered. The crackling sound was comforting, almost hypnotic. As night fell, I settled around the fire, eating the meal I'd prepared. There was something about cooking and eating outside that felt better than it ever did at home. The smell of the campfire mixed with the food, creating a warmth that went deeper than the physical heat. I sat there, feeling content, with the dark wilderness spread out around me. But as the night wore on, things began to change. The peaceful sounds of the forest started to fade into a quieter, more oppressive silence. The crackling fire became the only sound that filled the air. It wasn't that the forest stopped making noise. It was that everything else seemed to move away. The usual night creatures, the distant hoots of owls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, seemed to disappear. I noticed the change but tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation getting to me. After all, I had done this many times before, and nothing had ever happened. But as I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was subtle at first, nothing concrete, just a shifting in the air, the feeling of eyes on the back of my neck. I kept telling myself it was the normal unease that comes with being alone in the woods at night. I had heard stories from other campers, but I had always brushed them off. This time, though, it felt different. It felt like there was something in the trees, just beyond the firelight, waiting. I threw another log on the fire, trying to dispel the feeling. The flames surged for a moment, and the shadows cast by the fire danced wildly, making the trees around me seem like twisted figures. I stared at the flames, focusing on their warmth, trying to ignore the knot of tension building in my stomach. Maybe it was the isolation getting to me, I thought again. Maybe I was just too tired. I decided to head into my tent, hoping to get some rest. As I zipped the flap shut and settled into my sleeping bag, I heard it. Footsteps. They were soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. A slight crunch of dry leaves, the faintest snap of a twig. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too deliberate, too human. I held my breath, trying to listen. The steps circled my tent, slow and measured, as if whoever or whatever it was knew I was inside. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The forest, which had been so silent earlier, was now unnaturally still. I reached for the flashlight beside my sleeping bag, my hands trembling. I flicked it on and shone it through the tent's fabric. Nothing. No movement. No shape. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of the footsteps. But the silence was overwhelming now, suffocating. The only sound was my heartbeat, loud in my ears. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon, but something about it didn't sit right. The steps had been too deliberate, too calculated, and then it hit me. The sound had stopped. There was no more movement outside. I waited for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Slowly, I gathered the courage to unzip the tent and peer outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting an eerie glow over the clearing. The trees stood silent, unmoving. Nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. I let out a slow breath, my body still tense. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, trying to calm my racing thoughts. My mind was telling me to stay alert, to be ready, but I was exhausted. I had hiked all day, and the warmth of my sleeping bag was starting to lull me into a false sense of security. My eyelids grew heavy, and I eventually drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't a peaceful sleep. Every small noise made me startle awake, heart pounding, but each time I looked outside, I saw nothing. The next morning, I woke up early. The sun had just started to rise, casting a soft light over the forest. The events of the night felt like a bad dream, a trick of the mind brought on by the isolation and the dark. I got up, packed my gear, and made a small breakfast, trying to shake the lingering sense of unease. But as I was cleaning up the campsite, I noticed something strange. The path that led to my tent was clearly marked with the faintest signs of disturbed dirt and broken branches, as if someone had walked around my tent, maybe even up to it. My stomach dropped. I had been sure I'd heard footsteps, but if no one had come near the fire, then who had disturbed the ground? I spent the rest of the morning checking the area around the campsite, my eyes darting to every shadow. I didn't see anything else out of place, but the feeling of being watched remained. It was like the woods had closed in around me, a pressure that I couldn't escape. I decided to leave early. I wasn't sure what had happened the night before, but I had no interest in finding out. I packed up the rest of my belongings and made my way back down the trail, my mind racing with questions. Had someone been out there? A person, a hunter, maybe? It didn't make sense, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt the need to leave. The hike back was uneventful, and by the time I reached the trailhead, I was relieved. I was out of the woods, literally and figuratively. But even as I drove away, the thought lingered in the back of my mind. Who had been out there with me? I never went back to that campsite, and I haven't been camping alone since. Whatever I heard or thought I heard out there that night, I'm still not sure. But I know one thing for sure. Sometimes nature isn't as peaceful as it seems. And sometimes it's better to listen to that nagging feeling in the back of your head that tells you something just isn't right. I had always loved camping, but I'd never experienced anything like this. It started out as a simple weekend getaway, just me and a few friends, trying to escape the noise and busyness of everyday life. It was supposed to be a time to relax, to enjoy the stillness of nature, but things quickly turned unsettling. It was mid-spring, a time when the days were warm, but the nights still held a chill in the air. The campsite was tucked deep in the woods, far from any towns or human activity. I'd been there before, but something felt different this time. Maybe it was the way the trees stood so thickly around us, casting long, dark shadows over our small campfire. Or maybe it was just the unsettling quiet of the place. Nothing seemed to move except the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. We arrived in the late afternoon, setting up our tents in the usual spots, near the edge of a small clearing by a stream. The sound of the water flowing gently over rocks was soothing, and I figured it would be the perfect backdrop for a weekend of quiet conversation and the occasional laughter around the campfire. But as the sun sank lower in the sky, a weird tension seemed to settle over the group. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was like everyone was on edge. Even the usually talkative Rob was quiet, his eyes darting around the trees as if he were searching for something. He was the one who suggested the spot, so I assumed he was familiar with it. But then again, maybe he wasn't as comfortable as he let on. We cooked dinner over the fire, something simple, hot dogs and beans, and ate in relative silence. The crackle of the fire was the loudest sound for miles around. I found myself staring into the flames, lost in thought, when a distant noise broke the stillness. It was a low, almost rhythmic sound that I initially dismissed as the wind or perhaps an animal, but something about it didn't sit right. I looked over at Rob, who seemed to be listening too, his head cocked to the side. "What was that?" I asked, but Rob just shrugged. "Probably a deer," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. Still, I tried to ignore it. After all, we were in the woods, and animals make all sorts of noises, right? We had heard some birds earlier, and the occasional rustling in the trees wasn't unusual. But this was different. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. As the night wore on, the fire began to die down, and the temperature dropped quickly. We bundled up in jackets and sat huddled near the embers, talking quietly, trying to make the most of what should have been a fun weekend. But the noise kept coming, faint but persistent, growing louder as the minutes stretched on. It was coming from deeper in the woods, from beyond the stream. The sound was too regular, too precise to be an animal. It wasn't a howl or a growl, but something mechanical, like a repetitive tapping or thumping. I stood up, feeling an uneasy curiosity bubbling up inside me. "I'm gonna check it out," I said, looking over at Rob. He gave me a sharp look, his expression tight. "Are you sure that's a good idea? It's probably just an animal." I nodded, trying to reassure him. "I'll be fine. I just want to see what's causing it." The others didn't seem too worried, but I could tell something was off about the whole situation. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and made my way toward the stream, the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt the only noise as I stepped away from the warmth of the fire. As I crossed the stream, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, lurking just out of sight in the dense woods. The tapping continued, each thump louder now, echoing through the trees. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard, and it definitely wasn't the wind. I moved cautiously, keeping the beam of the flashlight trained ahead of me, illuminating the dark, damp ground. The trees here were even thicker, their trunks larger and older. The area felt like it hadn't been touched by human hands in years, as though nature itself was trying to reclaim this space. The tapping was so close now that I could almost feel it vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. I reached a small clearing just beyond a thick thicket of bushes, and there, in the center of it, I saw something that made my heart race in my chest. A wooden post, partially hidden by overgrown weeds and moss, stood in the middle of the clearing. It was old, weathered by time, and covered in scratches and carvings. But that wasn't the most unsettling part. It was the faint outline of something attached to it, something that looked almost like ropes, stretched tight, holding something in place. My pulse quickened, and I stepped forward, my flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. I reached the post and examined the ropes more closely. They weren't ropes at all. They were long strands of thin, black wire, wrapped and twisted around the post in intricate patterns, like some sort of trap. But what unnerved me most was the series of scratches that covered the base of the post, gouges deep enough to make the wood splinter, as if something or someone had been struggling to get free. I took a step back, my mind racing. The tapping sound had stopped, but now the forest around me was eerily quiet. It felt as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Just then, I heard the rustle of leaves behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, but there was nothing there. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, my flashlight scanning the trees, waiting for something, anything, to move. But all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing, ragged and heavy. I turned back to the post, and that's when I saw it. A figure, a shape, just beyond the clearing, barely visible through the thicket of trees. It was tall, unnaturally tall, standing perfectly still. I couldn't make out any details, but the figure was unmistakably human in shape. I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to run, but my feet refused to move. The figure didn't move either. It just stood there watching me, and in that moment, I knew I had to get back to the camp. Whatever it was, whatever I had found, was not something I was ready to face alone in the woods. I turned and ran. The flashlight bounced wildly in my hand, illuminating the path just enough to avoid tripping, but I didn't dare look behind me. I didn't want to know if the figure was following. I didn't want to know what it might do next. By the time I reached the camp, I was out of breath, my heart hammering in my chest. Rob and the others looked up in surprise, but I didn't say a word. I collapsed onto a log, gasping for air, trying to calm my shaking hands. "Did you find something?" Rob asked, his voice low. I shook my head, unable to speak at first. Then, when I finally found my voice, I said, "We need to leave. Now." There was no argument, no questions. They saw the look in my eyes and understood that something was wrong, something we couldn't ignore. Without a word, we packed up our things quickly, moving with an urgency I'd never seen in any of us before. It wasn't until we were halfway back to the car that I realized we'd been too silent, too focused on getting out, to stop and ask why the tapping had started in the first place or what had really been at the heart of it all. But whatever it was, I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a storm or a natural phenomenon. There was someone out there in those woods, and I had a feeling I'd never be able to shake the image of that figure, standing perfectly still, watching me. By the time we made it back to the car, we all felt the relief of being far away from the woods. But even now, as I sit here writing this down, I can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw in that clearing might still be out there, waiting. And maybe, just maybe, it's watching me even now. I've been camping for years. Since I was a kid, my parents would take me out on weekend trips, teaching me the ropes of outdoor life. Setting up tents, building fires, knowing how to navigate by the stars. As I grew older, I didn't need them to keep going. I could go solo or with friends. It was always the same thing. Peaceful, quiet, just me and nature. I never thought anything could go wrong. That was until the night of the storm. I planned the trip for weeks. I wanted a break, just some time away from the city. The plan was simple. Find a quiet spot, pitch my tent, and maybe do some fishing. Nothing complicated. I drove out to a secluded campsite in the woods, far enough from any hiking trail that I was pretty sure no one would disturb me. The drive there was peaceful, winding roads, tall trees on either side, and the sun slowly dipping behind the horizon. I arrived just as the last light of the day was slipping away. There was a slight chill in the air, the kind that lets you know nightfall is coming, but it didn't seem cold enough to be uncomfortable. Perfect, I thought. I got out of my truck, grabbed my gear, and started setting up camp. The ground was a little rocky, but nothing too bad. I managed to get the tent up without any issues, set up my camp stove, and then started unpacking my fishing gear. The sound of rustling leaves and the occasional call of a bird were the only things breaking the silence. By the time I was ready to start a fire, The sun had completely disappeared, and the sky was a dark shade of purple. I took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the stars, clearer than I'd seen in years. There was no one around for miles. Felt good. A simple night out in nature, no distractions, no noise. Just me, my thoughts, and the crackling of the fire. I cooked up a simple meal, canned chili, and settled down by the fire. The wind had picked up a little, rustling the trees, but it wasn't anything alarming. I enjoyed the warmth of the flames, the smell of burning wood, and the cool breeze that kept me comfortable. After eating, I sat back, staring into the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest around me. The darkness felt thick, almost tangible. That's when I heard it. A faint rustling noise, not too far off, coming from the woods. It wasn't an animal, at least it didn't sound like one. It wasn't the normal shuffle of a deer or a raccoon. This was different. It was something heavier, moving with purpose. I stood up, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. I didn't know what it was, but my gut was telling me that something was wrong. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it in the direction of the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, but there was nothing there. The rustling had stopped, and the forest was still again. Probably just a bear, I muttered to myself, trying to shake the unease that had settled over me. Bears weren't uncommon around here, but they usually kept their distance. I sat back down, trying to ignore the nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The fire crackled, and I forced myself to relax. I figured I was just being paranoid. After all, I'd camped alone before. It was normal to feel jumpy sometimes, but the feeling didn't go away. It kept gnawing at me, like someone was watching. I checked the fire again, adding a few more logs. The wind had picked up, and the temperature had dropped a little, making it harder to stay warm. I wrapped my jacket tighter around me and took a deep breath. That's when I heard it again, a soft shuffle in the distance. This time it was closer. It was coming from behind the trees on the edge of the clearing. I immediately grabbed my flashlight, scanning the area. Nothing. No movement. The forest was completely still. I told myself I was imagining things. The wind was playing tricks on me, that's all. But the feeling of being watched only intensified. I tried to shake it off and told myself to go to bed. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up tight. Felt safer inside, but that didn't stop my mind from racing. What was out there? Was it an animal, or was it something else? I lay there for what felt like hours, unable to sleep. The sounds of the night seemed louder now. The creaking of branches, the snap of twigs, the distant hoot of an owl. But every now and then, I'd hear that strange rustling sound again, like something was moving just outside the reach of my flashlight. I convinced myself it was just the wind. The trees creaked and groaned, and sometimes the sound of their branches brushing against each other could be mistaken for footsteps. It had to be that. But then, something changed. I heard a distinct noise, a sharp snap, like a branch breaking under weight. My heart skipped a beat. This was too close to ignore. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent. Slowly, I peered out, my eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing. I strained my ears. The rustling had stopped. The woods were silent. But then, I heard something different. A low, guttural growl. My stomach churned. I knew it wasn't a bear. This was something else. Something worse. Panic gripped me. I didn't know what to do. Should I pack up and leave? Should I wait it out? My mind raced, trying to think of a plan. But all I could do was sit there, frozen, listening to the growl echoing through the trees. The sound seemed to move, circling the camp. Closer and closer, until I could almost feel the weight of whatever it was just outside the tent. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The growl came again, closer this time. It was low, deep, and seemed to vibrate in the air around me. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy stick, and gripped it tightly. But in my gut, I knew it wouldn't help. Whatever was out there was no animal, no bear, no wild creature. The growl came again, right at the edge of my tent. I could hear the breath of something heavy, something powerful, just beyond the canvas walls. I held my breath, terrified to make a sound, afraid that even the slightest movement would be enough to provoke whatever was out there. Then the noise stopped. I waited. Stillness. Absolute silence. I slowly unzipped the tent, peeking out, but the darkness was too thick. The growl had stopped, but something was off. The air felt heavy, as though the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting. And then, in the distance, I saw it. The faintest flicker of light, a soft glow, just barely visible through the trees. A light like a campfire, someone else. Relief washed over me like a wave. Another camper, someone nearby. I wasn't alone after all. I grabbed my pack, threw it over my shoulder, and bolted toward the light. The thought of being near another person gave me a sense of safety I hadn't realized I was missing. I ran through the forest, keeping my eye on the faint glow in the distance. As I neared the source, the light grew brighter, and I slowed my pace. There it was, a small campfire burning in the middle of a clearing. But there was no one sitting near it. No tents, no chairs, just the fire. My heart skipped a beat. I could feel my pulse pounding in my throat. The fire was burning brightly, but no one was around. I approached cautiously, scanning the area. There were no signs of life, no footprints, no sounds, just the fire flickering in the wind. And then I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just outside the firelight. Person, or at least it looked like one, but it was still too far to make out any details. I froze. The figure turned, its eyes locking onto mine, and for the first time I felt real fear. Not from the growling in the forest, not from the noises in the dark, but from the person standing there watching me. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring. And I realized something. There was no way that person had made that noise. The growl, the movements in the forest, they didn't fit. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the figure. My legs were shaking, and my chest was tight with panic. I wasn't sure what to do, but I knew I needed to leave. The figure didn't follow, but it didn't need to. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I ran through the trees, back toward my camp, as fast as I could, not daring to look behind me. When I got back to my tent, I grabbed my things and packed up in a blur, my hands shaking. I didn't even bother trying to keep quiet. I just needed to get out of there. My truck was parked not far from camp, and I made my way toward it, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't stop until I was driving, leaving the woods behind me. I didn't look back. I never found out who or what I had encountered that night, but I learned something important. Sometimes the forest doesn't just hold animals. Sometimes it holds things you can't explain. And sometimes it's best to leave things unanswered. I was always the type of person who thought camping was meant to be a fun getaway. I'd done it dozens of times. From the time I was a kid with my family to the more recent solo trips I took to escape from the stress of daily life. This trip was supposed to be the same. A quiet weekend in the woods to disconnect, breathe, and enjoy the peacefulness of nature. But it turned into something that would stay with me for much longer than I ever expected. I had chosen a spot deep in the woods, far away from any other campers. I wanted solitude. I was tired of people. It was a place I had found online. A camping site that had rave reviews for its tranquility, its privacy, and its unspoiled beauty. When I arrived, the sun was just setting, casting a warm orange glow over the trees. I set up my tent quickly, enjoying the silence around me. There were no other campers in sight, just the occasional chirp of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. As I got my campfire going, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was a feeling that lingered in the pit of my stomach, like I was being watched, but I pushed it away. I was here to relax, not to worry about something as silly as paranoia. The first night passed uneventfully. I sat by the fire, ate my simple dinner of canned beans and a granola bar, and stared at the flames flickering in the dark. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the wind. When the chill of the night began to creep in, I retreated into my tent, zipped it up, and lay in my sleeping bag. I tried to focus on the soft rustle of the trees outside and let myself drift into sleep. But I couldn't. I woke up in the middle of the night, my senses suddenly on high alert. The silence of the woods had deepened, but in a way that felt unnatural, as though something was hiding in it. The wind had died down, and the normal nocturnal sounds of animals were absent. Not a single rustling of leaves, not even the distant call of an owl. I lay in the darkness, straining my ears for any sound. That's when I heard it, a soft thud. It was so faint that I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. But then there was another, a little louder this time. My heart started racing. I sat up in my sleeping bag, my mind trying to make sense of it. The thudding sound continued, rhythmic like footsteps, slow, deliberate, and far too heavy to be a small animal. I knew there were no other campers around. I was miles away from the nearest road. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer, maybe a bear, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I pulled the zipper of my tent open just enough to peek outside. The moon was barely visible behind thick clouds, and the area was bathed in darkness. The trees stood tall and still, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze that had picked up again. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I waited for the thudding sound to return, but all I could hear was the distant crack of a twig snapping underfoot. I tried to shake off the unease and convince myself I was just being paranoid. I closed the tent flap, zipped it up again, and lay back down. The cold air made me shiver as I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak and rustle outside made my heart race, and every time the wind howled through the trees, I thought I heard someone breathing, just on the other side of the tent. By morning, I was exhausted. I hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. The first rays of dawn had just started to pierce the sky, painting the world outside with shades of gold. I was desperate for some fresh air to clear my head. I needed to get out of the tent, to remind myself that everything was normal, that I was just imagining things. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, greeted by the crisp morning air. My campsite looked unchanged, no signs of anything unusual. I glanced around, the woods stretching out in every direction. The trees were tall and thick, their trunks coated with patches of moss. Everything looked peaceful in the daylight. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to take a walk, hoping to distract myself from the weird night I'd had. The woods around me were beautiful, a perfect place for a hike. I followed a narrow trail that wound its way through the trees, the forest floor covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves. The quiet was almost oppressive, the only sound being my boots crunching on the leaves beneath me. As I walked deeper into the forest, the path became less distinct. It was still light out, but the shadows of the trees grew long, and the air felt thicker, colder. A creeping sense of unease settled over me again. I stopped for a moment to take in the surroundings. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted branches forming a canopy overhead. It felt like I was being swallowed by the forest. That's when I noticed it, a faint trail of broken branches leading off the main path. I hesitated, my instincts telling me not to follow it, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped off the path and into the underbrush, pushing through the thick shrubs. The trail of broken branches became more apparent as I moved further, and the air grew heavier, more oppressive. I walked for what felt like an hour, the silence in the woods becoming unbearable. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone, or something, was watching me from the shadows. And then I found it. A clearing, small and overgrown, with a lone, old tree standing in the center. It was massive, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its roots snaking out into the ground like fingers. There was something wrong about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't just the tree itself, though. It was the unnatural stillness of the space around it.
No birds, no insects.
Just silence. I felt a sudden urge to turn around and leave, but I couldn't bring myself to. I walked closer to the tree, my feet crunching on the dry leaves beneath me. That's when I noticed the markings on the tree, scratches, deep gouges in the bark. I leaned closer, trying to make sense of them, but the closer I got, the more I realized how unnatural they were. They didn't look like they had been made by an animal. I felt my stomach twist. I backed away from the tree, heart pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it again, the thud, soft at first, then louder, closer. I didn't wait to see who or what was making that sound. My feet carried me back down the trail in a blur, adrenaline surging through me. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the clearing where I had set up my camp, panting and shaken. I didn't stay another night. I packed up my things quickly, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise as I loaded my gear into the car. Every creak of the branches above me sounded like someone following me. Every gust of wind made me jump. I didn't look back as I drove away, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The drive home was long, but the further I got from that campsite, the more the tension in my chest started to ease. I knew I would never go back to that place. Whatever was there, whatever had made me feel so uneasy, remained behind in the woods. The marks on the tree, the thudding sound, the feeling of being watched. It was all too real, too close. And as for the woods, I would never look at them the same way again. It all started on a cool Friday afternoon in early autumn. The kind of day where the sun still holds some warmth, but the air begins to cool, and a fresh, crisp breeze starts to shift the leaves on the trees. I had been planning this camping trip for weeks. It was meant to be just a few days in the woods, away from the noise of the city, to get some quiet and reconnect with nature. A solo trip, no distractions, just me and the forest. The campsite I chose was far enough out of the way to feel remote but still accessible by car. It was a well-known spot, supposedly safe and perfect for hiking. I had all the gear: a sturdy tent, sleeping bag, camping stove, water purifier, and enough food to last the weekend. I was set. I got to the campsite around 3 p.m. The sunlight was starting to fade, casting a golden glow across the forest. The trees were thick here, their trunks wrapped in moss and their branches full of the last vestiges of green before the full fall colors would take over. It was beautiful, too beautiful. There was something about the quiet, too quiet, that made me feel like I was the only one around. No birds, no other campers, just the wind rustling through the trees and the soft crunch of leaves beneath my boots. I set up camp near a small creek. The sound of the water running was soothing, and I figured it would be nice to sleep to that sound. I unpacked everything carefully, setting up the tent first. As I did, I noticed that there was an odd kind of stillness to the air, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up a bit. It wasn't that it felt dangerous, but it was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid. It had been a while since I'd been camping alone, and I wasn't used to the solitude. As the evening wore on, I started a small fire in the pit I found at the site. The crackling of the flames was comforting, and I made some hot food. There's something about cooking over a fire in the woods that makes even the simplest meal feel like a feast. I sat by the fire, eating and watching the flames dance. But that stillness returned. It was subtle at first, just the faintest shift in the air. The crackling fire seemed to soften. The shadows grew deeper. I looked around, scanning the edges of the camp. The trees were tall and dense, and I couldn't see beyond the first row of trunks. But the darkness felt different. The shadows felt like they were creeping in, pulling closer. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just my imagination running wild. It wasn't like I was in the middle of nowhere. I checked the map before I left. There was a hiking trail not far from here, and I was confident no one would bother me. But then I heard it, a faint noise, like something moving through the brush. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. The fire crackled, and the sound seemed to mix with it, making it harder to pinpoint exactly where it came from. I sat there, listening. My heartbeat started to pick up, thumping louder in my chest. Came again, closer this time. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning the trees, trying to see past the shifting shadows. There was no breeze, no reason for the leaves to rustle like that. My mind raced. Maybe it was a deer, maybe just some small animal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. That feeling of being watched, that feeling that someone or something was moving out there, just beyond the firelight. I grabbed the flashlight from my pack and shone it toward the sound, my hand trembling slightly. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush, but there was nothing there, just the shadows stretching long and eerie. I exhaled, telling myself it was just my nerves. I was fine, but that's when I noticed something. A pair of eyes, glowing faintly in the beam of my flashlight. I froze, my stomach dropping. They were high up, peering through the branches of a tree. I could see the faint glimmer of light reflecting off them, almost too high to be a normal animal's eyes. I swung the flashlight over the spot, but the eyes were gone, vanished. I stayed there for a long time, not sure what to do. My mind was racing with possibilities, nothing rational, nothing that made sense. But the unease in my gut kept building, a knot that wouldn't loosen. The campfire crackled, the night deepening around me. I kept my eyes on the trees, but I didn't see anything else. I spent the rest of the night in a restless sleep, jumping at every sound, every shift in the wind. At some point, I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, the sky was lightening with the first rays of dawn. I could feel the sun warming my skin, and it was a relief after the long, sleepless night. When I packed up the next morning to leave, I found something strange near the edge of the campsite, right where I'd heard the sounds the night before. A footprint. It was large, unmistakably human, but it was bare.
No boat.
It was fresh, too. I could see the slight indentation in the ground, the kind you get when something heavy presses into the dirt after a rain. The strange thing was how it was positioned. It was as if someone, or something, had been standing there, watching me. The chill that had followed me the night before returned, creeping up my spine. I didn't want to stick around to find out who or what had left that print. I packed up quickly and left the campsite, following the trail back to my car. I didn't look back. It wasn't until I was driving down the road, my campsite fading behind me, that I started to feel the knot in my chest loosen. The stillness of the night, the glowing eyes, the strange footprint. It all started to feel like an overactive imagination running wild. But as I reached the end of the road, I glanced into the rearview mirror. In the distance, just beyond the tree line, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing there, watching me. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend. The kind of weekend you see in the commercials where everything is just right. I was going camping with a few friends, the weather forecast was clear, and we had everything packed and ready to go. We'd set our sights on a remote spot in the mountains, miles from any city, with nothing but trees, rocks, and the sky for company. We weren't looking for anything extraordinary, just a few days away from the chaos of everyday life. We left early in the morning, eager to get there while the sun was still low in the sky. The drive was long, but the landscape was beautiful. Rolling hills, dense forests, and streams running alongside the road. We talked about everything and nothing at all, filling the car with laughter and music. The kind of carefree conversation that makes you feel like nothing could go wrong. When we finally arrived, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. The sound of the wind rustling the trees was the only noise, and even that was faint. We unloaded our gear and made our way down a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. I was already looking forward to the fire, the food, and just sitting back and relaxing by the campfire. The campsite was nestled in a small clearing beside a stream. We set up our tents quickly, each of us claiming our spot. The sun was starting to dip, and we gathered firewood for the evening. By the time the fire was lit, the night had fully settled in, and the temperature dropped. I could feel the cold creeping into my bones, but the fire was warm and inviting. We roasted marshmallows, joked around, and just enjoyed the quiet that surrounded us. It was all good until the first strange thing happened. I was sitting on a log, staring into the fire, when I noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't much, just a shadow in the trees, but it was enough to make me pause. I looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. My friends were still laughing, oblivious to anything unusual. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease and went back to the fire. Later, as we were winding down for the night, the wind picked up, making the branches of the trees sway. It didn't feel like a normal wind, though. There was something heavier about it, as if the air itself was thick with tension. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching us. We climbed into our tents and zipped them up, the only sounds now being the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't. My mind was racing. I kept imagining eyes staring at me through the tent fabric, shadows moving just outside my vision. Every little sound seemed amplified in the silence of the forest. My breath came quicker, and I found myself gripping the sides of my sleeping bag, wishing I could relax enough to sleep. Around midnight, I heard something, a noise, faint at first, but unmistakable. A footstep, then another, and another. Someone or something was walking just outside our camp. I could hear it clearly now, the crunch of leaves, the shifting of branches underfoot. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was deliberate. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps paused. There was silence, and then a soft, almost inaudible voice. So quiet I almost didn't hear it. Whispered, "Leave." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wanted to call out to my friends, but I was frozen, not knowing whether it was better to stay quiet or alert them. The footsteps started again, moving slowly as if the person, whoever it was circling our camp. I was paralyzed with fear, but I didn't want to risk looking outside the tent. What if I saw something? What if I didn't? I lay there, listening, hoping it was just my imagination, praying it was nothing. The noise continued, coming closer, then farther away, like a person walking around the edge of the camp. I was sure it was human. The cadence of the footsteps was too deliberate, too steady to be an animal. Time passed slowly. Every minute felt like an hour. Eventually, the sound stopped. I waited a long time before daring to move. I reached for my phone, but the signal was weak, and I couldn't get through to anyone. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the walls of my tent, listening to the quiet. Finally, exhausted, I drifted off to sleep, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Morning came, and with it, the usual sounds of the forest. The birds, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the babble of the stream. But the tension from the night before lingered. I didn't say anything to the others at first, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. But I knew I hadn't. I could still feel it, that unsettling sense of being watched, the footsteps that had circled our camp, and the whispered warning to leave. After breakfast, we decided to go on a hike to shake off the weirdness of the night. We headed up a trail that led into denser woods. The air was cool, the ground soft beneath our boots. For a while, the hike was just the usual peaceful trek through the forest, until we found the first strange thing. It was an old, abandoned campsite, overgrown with moss and weeds. The fire pit was still there, though the ashes had long since been cold. There were no signs of anyone being there recently, but something about the place felt wrong. The trees around the campsite were unnaturally twisted, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like clawed hands. It gave me an odd sense of foreboding, but I tried to brush it off. We moved on, but I couldn't stop thinking about the campsite. There was no logical reason why it should make me feel so uneasy. After all, people camped in the woods all the time, right? As we continued our hike, things started to feel off. The woods seemed thicker, the trees denser. The trail was harder to follow, and the farther we went, the quieter it became. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed up all the sound. The birds had stopped chirping, and the wind had died down. It was around midday when we reached a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching us. I froze. The figure was tall, wearing a dark hooded jacket, and it just stood there, motionless. I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their gaze on us. My heart thudded in my chest. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But no, there was no mistaking what I saw. The figure was real, and it was watching us. I turned to my friends, but they hadn't seen it. I blinked, and the figure was gone, disappeared into the trees as if it had never been there. I wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. My throat felt tight, and I was suddenly terrified. We hurried back to camp, eager to get back to the safety of our tents. The rest of the day passed in a blur. We didn't talk much, and the atmosphere around the campfire was tense. When night came again, I didn't even want to go into the tent. But there was no other option. That night, I lay awake once more, listening for footsteps, for any sign that the figure from earlier would return. I heard nothing, just the wind and the occasional crackling of the fire. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, watching. Morning came and we packed up early. Everyone was eager to leave, though no one said why. There was an unspoken tension in the air, a sense of relief that we were finally heading back to civilization. As we made our way out of the woods, I couldn't help but glance back. That's when I saw it. At the edge of the trail, just out of view, was the same figure from the clearing, watching us again, but this time it wasn't standing still. It was moving, walking toward us, its pace slow and deliberate. We didn't stop. We didn't look back. We just kept walking, faster and faster, until we reached the car. We piled in, slammed the doors, and drove off, not stopping until we hit the nearest town. I don't know who or what that figure was, but it was real, and whatever it wanted, it got. We were lucky to leave. I'll never go back to those woods again. The first thing I remember clearly is how peaceful the woods were when I set up camp. The trees stood tall, their thick trunks rooted deeply into the earth, and the light filtering through their leaves created patterns on the ground that shifted as the wind blew. There was a fresh scent of pine in the air, and everything around me seemed calm. Too calm, in fact. I had planned this solo camping trip for months. After a long year of stress at work and personal life, I needed a break. Some time alone, away from everything. I decided on a secluded spot in the forest, far from the usual trails. No one would find me here, and that was the point. No distractions, no noise, just nature and me. I arrived at the campsite early in the afternoon, with plenty of daylight left. Setting up my tent was easy, and I spent the next hour gathering firewood. The warmth of the sun still lingered in the air, but I knew it wouldn't last. Night would come soon enough, and with it, the drop in temperature. As I sat by the fire I had started, I felt a strange sense of satisfaction. There was something about the simplicity of it all. The crackling of the fire, the chirping of distant birds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Felt like everything was as it should be. But then, as the light began to fade, something shifted. The woods that had seemed so peaceful before now felt different. It wasn't loud or anything, but there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the air had thickened just slightly, as if holding its breath. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just the way things felt once the sun went down. Maybe it was just me. It had been a while since I'd been alone in the woods at night. I sat up straighter, poking at the fire with a stick, the orange flames flickering and crackling. That's when I heard it. A soft rustling sound, almost like footsteps, coming from the direction of the trees at the edge of my camp. My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly told myself it was probably just an animal. Deer, maybe, or a raccoon. It wasn't uncommon to hear wildlife in the forest, especially at night. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I grabbed the flashlight I'd placed beside me and shone it toward the trees. Nothing. I told myself it was fine. The firelight cast long, flickering shadows, and the woods were dark. My mind was probably playing tricks on me. I tried to relax and refocus on the fire, but the rustling continued. It was coming closer now. Slow, deliberate steps, the kind you hear when someone's trying to be quiet, but they don't know how to do it right. I stood up, my hand gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles turned white. Couldn't help it. My instincts were on edge. I looked around the campsite, my eyes darting between the trees and the shadows they cast. I waited, the only sound now the crackling of the fire and my own quickening breath. And then, just as I was about to call out, the rustling stopped. Dead silence. The kind of silence that made my skin prickle with unease. I felt like I should go inside the tent, lock myself away, but something told me that would be the wrong move. Whatever was out there wasn't going to go away just because I hid from it. So I stayed still, holding the flashlight in front of me, my eyes scanning the darkness. A few minutes passed, and I thought maybe it had just been a deer after all. Maybe I was overreacting. Then I heard something else. This time it wasn't just rustling. It was a low, guttural sound, something I couldn't quite place. A scraping sound, followed by a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. I froze. My heart raced, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I knew now I wasn't alone, and I didn't know if it was a person or something else, but I wasn't willing to find out. Slowly, I backed toward the tent, keeping the fire in my line of sight. But as I reached the zipper of my tent, I heard the sound again. Closer this time, too close. It came from just beyond the firelight. Without thinking, I dove into the tent, zipping it shut behind me in a panic. My hands were shaking as I sat on the ground, my back pressed against the fabric. The flashlight was still clutched tightly in my hand, but I didn't dare move. My thoughts were racing, and my chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. Felt like hours had passed, but I knew it hadn't been that long. Time had a way of stretching in moments like this. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, loud and fast. The rustling had stopped, but the air still felt charged. Every small noise, every little movement outside the tent made me jump. I thought I could hear the faintest sounds of footsteps, but I wasn't sure if I was just imagining it. I couldn't stay in the tent forever. I needed to make a plan. I had a phone with me, but no service out here. The nearest ranger station was miles away. There was no one to help if something went wrong. I was on my own in the middle of the woods with whatever or whoever was out there. The realization hit me harder than anything else. I had to stay calm. I had to think. If it was a person, they weren't being aggressive. Yet, but I couldn't be sure. I had no way of knowing what their intentions were. I had to be smart. For what felt like an eternity, I stayed in the tent, listening, waiting. Every muscle in my body was tense. Every sound amplified in the silence of the night. Eventually, exhaustion began to creep in. I knew I couldn't keep this up. I had to sleep, if only for a few hours, to regain some energy. Maybe I would leave in the morning, but for now I needed to rest. I pulled the sleeping bag around me, trying to make myself as small and inconspicuous as possible. I kept the flashlight in my hand, just in case. My eyes drifted shut, but I didn't sleep deeply. The smallest noise would jolt me awake, my heart racing again. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that I felt a little relief. The woods were still, the air cool and crisp.
No footsteps. No rustling.
Just the sounds of nature, birds chirping, the wind in the trees. I wasn't sure what had happened during the night, but it felt like whatever had been out there was gone now. Carefully, I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the morning light. The campsite was untouched. No signs of anyone having been there, no tracks in the dirt, no disturbed leaves. The fire had burned down to embers, and everything looked almost normal. Too normal. I didn't waste any time packing up. I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, but I couldn't stay any longer. I was ready to leave. By the time I reached my car and drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there. Something real, something human. I still don't know who or what it was, but I never went back to that forest. I don't even camp anymore. Some experiences leave you with more questions than answers, and some things you just can't explain. But I learned my lesson that night. There are things in the woods that shouldn't be ignored, and sometimes the best decision is to leave before you find out what they really are. The fire crackled in front of me, sending sparks spiraling up into the crisp night air. I leaned back against a log, letting the warmth seep into my bones. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of nature. The occasional rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the faint hum of insects. It was supposed to be a solo trip, a chance to escape the constant noise of the city and find some peace in the wilderness. I had no idea that by the time morning came, peace would be the last thing on my mind. It started as an itch, not a literal one, but a nagging feeling, a sense that I wasn't quite alone. I brushed it off at first. The forest can play tricks on you, especially when you're out there by yourself. Every shadow becomes a shape, every sound a potential threat. But as the night deepened, that feeling grew stronger. I'd picked a clearing near a small stream, far enough from the nearest trail to feel secluded, but not so remote that I couldn't find my way back. My tent was set up a few feet away from the fire, my gear neatly stashed inside. It was a good spot, or at least it had seemed like a good spot earlier in the day. Now, with darkness pressing in from all sides, it felt exposed, vulnerable. I'd eaten a simple dinner, instant noodles cooked over the fire, and had planned to settle in with a book before bed. But I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the edge of the firelight, searching for movement. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. I'd read somewhere that humans are hardwired to fear the dark, that our ancestors' survival depended on being alert to potential predators. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, leaving just enough embers to make rekindling it easier in the morning. Crawling into my sleeping bag, I zipped the tent closed and lay there, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees above. I closed my eyes, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. A sharp snap jerked me awake. My eyes flew open, my heart pounding in my chest. It was close, whatever it was. The kind of sound that's too deliberate to be just a falling branch or a squirrel scurrying through the underbrush. I lay still, straining to hear. The seconds stretched on, each one heavier than the last. Another snap. This time it was followed by a rustling sound, like someone or something moving through the undergrowth. It was coming from the direction of the stream. My throat went dry. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. It was too deliberate, too human. I reached for the flashlight I'd left next to my sleeping bag. My hand trembled as I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I aimed it toward the sound, but the thick wall of trees swallowed the light. I couldn't see anything. Then came the breathing. It was faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the wind. But as I strained to listen, it grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't animalistic. It was human, slow, heavy breaths, like someone trying to stay quiet but not quite managing it. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to stay still, to stay quiet, but I couldn't help myself. I called out, my voice shaky and weak. "Hello!" The breathing stopped. The forest fell silent. I held my breath, waiting for a response, but none came. The silence stretched on, so thick and oppressive that it felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of footsteps retreating into the woods. They were slow and deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before I dared to move. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me 3 tries to unzip the tent. I shone the flashlight around the clearing, but there was nothing there. Just the same empty forest I'd been looking at all day. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in the tent, clutching the flashlight in one hand and my pocket knife in the other. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to shift and move. By the time the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, I was a wreck. I packed up camp as quickly as I could, my eyes darting to the edge of the clearing every few seconds. I had a long hike back to my car, and the thought of spending another night out there was unbearable. The sooner I was out of the forest, the better. As I started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail was empty, just me and the trees. About halfway back, I came across something that made my blood run cold. A piece of fabric was snagged on a low-hanging branch, fluttering slightly in the breeze. It was dark, almost black, and looked like it had been torn from a jacket or a shirt. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing to suggest someone had been there recently. I stuffed the fabric into my pocket and kept walking, my pace quickening with every step. The trees seemed to close in around me, the air growing heavier. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was practically running. My car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. I threw my gear into the back seat and climbed in, locking the doors behind me. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see another car or a figure in the distance. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the forest receding behind me. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on the highway, that I finally started to relax. The tension in my shoulders eased, and I let out a shaky breath. I told myself it was over, that I was safe. But even now, weeks later, I can't stop thinking about that night, about the breathing, the footsteps, the piece of fabric. I still don't know who or what was out there with me, and maybe I'll never know. But one thing's for sure, I'm never camping alone again. It started as a simple plan, a solo camping trip into the wilderness to clear my mind. Work had been relentless, and I'd been craving isolation, some time to breathe without deadlines looming over me. The idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees, stars, and the occasional rustle of wildlife felt like the perfect escape. I had planned everything down to the smallest detail. My gear was packed, a sturdy tent, a sleeping bag rated for the season, food supplies, a portable stove, a first aid kit, and enough water to last me the weekend. I had even invested in a high-quality GPS device to ensure I wouldn't lose my way. The spot I chose was deep in a national forest, about a 3-hour drive from home. It wasn't a popular destination, which was part of the appeal. I parked my car at a trailhead, shouldered my backpack, and set off. The trail was well-worn at first, but after an hour of hiking, I veered onto a less-used path that led deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser, their canopies blocking out much of the sunlight. It was quieter here, save for the occasional chirp of a bird or the crunch of leaves under my boots. After about 2 hours, I found the perfect spot to set up camp. A small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a view of a stream that glistened in the afternoon light. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. I pitched my tent, unpacked my gear, and settled in. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit a small campfire, cooked a simple meal, and watched the sky turn from orange to deep blue, then to black, dotted with countless stars. That first night was uneventful. I slept soundly, the gentle sound of the stream lulling me into a deep slumber. When I woke the next morning, the air was cool, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a small day pack with essentials, water, snacks, my GPS, and a pocket knife. I wandered for hours, marveling at the untouched beauty of the wilderness. I found a small waterfall, its water icy cold and crystal clear. I followed game trails that wound through the trees, careful to mark my route so I wouldn't get lost. By early afternoon, I started making my way back to camp. That's when I noticed something odd. The first sign was a faint smell, something sour and metallic. At first, I thought it might be a decaying animal, but as I continued, the smell grew stronger, almost unbearable. Then I saw it. A large patch of disturbed earth, as if something heavy had been dragged through the underbrush. The ground was torn up, and there were tufts of fur snagged on low branches. My stomach tightened, but I told myself it was just nature taking its course. Maybe a predator had taken down prey and dragged it off to eat. When I got back to camp, everything seemed as I had left it, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was off. I scanned the area, looking for any signs of disturbance, but found none. Still, I decided to keep my fire going throughout the night. Fire was a deterrent, I reminded myself, and it would keep any curious animals at bay. That night, I woke to a sound. It was faint at first, a rhythmic crunching of leaves. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. The sound grew louder, closer. Something or someone was walking just outside my campsite. I reached for the flashlight beside my sleeping bag, careful to move as quietly as possible. When I clicked it on and shone it toward the sound, the beam illuminated nothing but trees. The crunching stopped. I sat there for what felt like hours, flashlight in hand, scanning the darkness. Eventually, the forest grew silent again, and I convinced myself it had been an animal. A deer, perhaps, or a raccoon. But sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I found fresh tracks near my campsite. They were large, too large to belong to any animal I'd seen in the area. They were human, barefoot, My chest tightened as I crouched to examine them. The prints led away from my campsite, disappearing into the dense underbrush. I packed up my gear quickly, deciding it was time to leave. The wilderness no longer felt serene. It felt oppressive, like the trees were watching me. As I hiked back toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every so often, I would stop and listen, but the forest was silent. Too silent. Even the birds seemed to have vanished. My pace quickened, my heart racing. I gripped my pocket knife tightly, the weight of it both comforting and alarming. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, relief washed over me. I threw my backpack into the trunk, started the engine, and didn't look back. But as I drove away, I couldn't ignore the feeling that I had been watched the entire time. The image of those barefoot tracks haunted me. It wasn't until I was home, doors locked and curtains drawn, that I allowed myself to relax. I told myself I had overreacted, that the tracks could have belonged to another hiker who had wandered off the main trail. But deep down, I knew better. I knew those woods held secrets I wasn't meant to uncover. I haven't been camping since. It started as a weekend to escape the noise of the city. A trip into the wilderness with nothing but a tent, some basic supplies, and a desire for solitude. I chose a spot deep in a national forest, miles from the nearest trailhead. I had read about it online. An isolated patch by a lake, surrounded by towering pines and rocky outcrops. Perfect for 2 nights of quiet reflection. I parked my car at the trailhead late in the morning and began the hike. The air was crisp, the sun shining through breaks in the trees. The trail was narrow but well-marked, winding through dense forest that seemed to grow darker and quieter the farther I walked. It was exactly what I had hoped for. No other hikers, no signs of human interference, just me and the woods. After 3 hours, I reached the lake. It was stunning. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the endless sky and the evergreens that lined the shore. I set up my tent on a small patch of flat ground a few yards from the water. I gathered firewood, built a ring of stones, and had a small fire going by late afternoon. The isolation was exhilarating. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal of canned soup and crackers. The woods came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I leaned back, letting the warmth of the fire seep into my skin, and watched the stars appear one by one. It was peaceful, the kind of peace that felt earned. That night, I fell asleep quickly, the fatigue from the hike and the stillness of the woods lulling me into a deep rest. I woke up sometime later, unsure of the time. My tent was pitch black, save for the faint glow of the moon filtering through the fabric. I lay still, trying to figure out what had roused me. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Then I heard it, a faint crunch of leaves. My first thought was that it was an animal. I'd read about the wildlife in the area, deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear. But this didn't sound like an animal. It was deliberate, measured, like footsteps. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound moved, slow and cautious, circling my tent. My pulse quickened, and I fumbled for my flashlight. When I turned it on, the beam illuminated the inside of the tent but did little to calm my nerves. I stayed there, frozen, listening as the footsteps stopped just outside. The seconds stretched into what felt like hours. Finally, I mustered the courage to unzip the tent slightly and peek out. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the campsite. Nothing moved. The trees stood like sentinels, their shadows long and eerie in the moonlight. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, and swept the beam around the area. The forest looked the same as it had when I'd set up camp, but something felt different. The air was heavy, almost oppressive, and my instincts screamed that I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I sat by the fire, feeding it small sticks to keep it alive, my flashlight clutched in my hand. I must have dozed off at some point, because I woke up to the pale light of dawn filtering through the trees. The unease of the night before lingered, but the daylight brought a small measure of comfort. I spent the morning exploring the area around the lake, trying to shake off the paranoia. I convinced myself it had been an animal after all, or perhaps just my imagination playing tricks on me in the darkness. But as the day wore on, I couldn't ignore the signs that something was off. I found footprints near my campsite. They were human, unmistakably so, and far too large to be mine. The tracks led from the tree line to my tent, then back into the woods. I followed them for a short distance before they disappeared into the underbrush. My stomach churned. Someone had been there, watching me as I slept. I debated packing up and leaving, but stubbornness won out. I had come here for peace, for a break from the chaos of the city, and I wasn't going to let fear ruin it. I told myself it was probably a hiker who had stumbled upon my campsite by accident, maybe curious about the fire. I spent the rest of the day fishing, reading, and trying to relax. That night, I built the fire bigger than before and kept my flashlight and knife within arm's reach. I sat by the fire until my eyes grew heavy, forcing myself to stay awake as long as possible. When I finally crawled into the tent, I left the zipper partially open so I could see out. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke up again. This time, there was no mistaking it. The footsteps were back, closer than before. My heart pounded as I reached for the flashlight, but before I could turn it on, something brushed against the side of the tent. I froze. The sound was faint but unmistakable, like fingers running along the fabric. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation, but none came. The footsteps moved around the tent, slow and deliberate. I stayed still, barely breathing until the noises stopped. Minutes passed, then an hour, but I didn't dare move. When the first light of dawn appeared, I unzipped the tent and stepped out, every muscle in my body tense. The campsite was empty, but the footprints were back, deeper and more defined than before. They circled the tent, then led off into the woods. I didn't hesitate this time. I packed up my gear as quickly as possible, my eyes darting to the tree line every few seconds. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. By the time I started the hike back to my car, the sun was fully up, but it did little to ease my nerves. The trail felt longer on the way back, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves making me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. But the trail remained empty, and I eventually reached the parking lot. My car was the only one there, just as I had left it. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know this: I'll never camp alone again. It started with a simple plan: a weekend camping trip to disconnect from the daily grind. I'd been feeling cooped up lately, stuck between work deadlines and the humdrum of city life. Nature seemed like the perfect antidote, and the idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees, fresh air, and a starry sky felt too good to pass up. I chose a spot I'd read about online, a secluded area about a 3-hour drive from the city, far enough to escape but close enough that it didn't feel like a major trek. Packing was straightforward. I had my tent, a sleeping bag, a portable stove, canned food, water bottles, a first aid kit, and a flashlight with spare batteries. My phone was fully charged, though I wasn't expecting much service out there. I threw in a book and my journal for quiet evenings by the fire. Everything felt in place, and by early Saturday morning, I was on the road. The drive was uneventful, with highways giving way to winding forest roads. The further I drove, the fewer cars I saw. Eventually, I turned onto a dirt path that led to the designated parking area. From there, it was about a 2-mile hike to the campsite. The trail was marked but narrow, with dense trees on either side. Birds chirped overhead, and the occasional rustle of leaves reminded me of how alive the forest was. It was peaceful, almost serene. I reached the campsite around noon. It was a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, with just enough space for my tent and a fire pit. A creek ran nearby, its gentle burble adding to the calm atmosphere. I set up my tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and gathered some wood for a fire later. Everything felt perfect. It was exactly what I'd hoped for: solitude and nature. As the afternoon stretched on, I explored the area a bit. The forest was thick, but there were signs that others had camped here before. A few charred logs in the fire pit, some carved initials on a tree. I didn't stray too far, keeping the creek as a reference point to avoid getting lost. By the time I returned to the clearing, the sun was dipping lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I lit the fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in with my book. The first night was uneventful. The air grew colder as the fire died down, and the sounds of the forest seemed to amplify. Crickets chirped, an owl hooted in the distance, and once or twice, I thought I heard something larger moving through the trees. Probably a deer, I told myself. Still, I kept my flashlight close just in case. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell asleep. The next morning was crisp and bright. I brewed coffee on the portable stove and ate a quick breakfast before deciding to hike a bit further. There was a trail leading deeper into the woods, and curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my day pack, filled it with water and snacks, and headed out. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, sunlight filtering through the canopy and highlighting patches of moss and wildflowers. I walked for about an hour before coming across another clearing. This one was different. It felt off. The clearing was larger than my campsite, but it looked abandoned. There was no fire pit, no signs of campers. Instead, the ground was uneven, littered with broken branches and disturbed earth. In the center, there was a tree with deep gouges running down its trunk, as if something had clawed at it. The air here felt heavier, the usual forest sounds muted. I stood there for a moment, unsure why this place unsettled me. It was just a clearing, after all, but something about it made my skin crawl. I decided not to linger. As I turned to head back, I noticed something else. Footprints. They weren't mine. These were larger, heavier, and they led from the clearing back into the forest. I felt a prickle of unease, but convinced myself they were old. Maybe a hunter or another camper had been here long before me. Still, I quickened my pace on the way back, glancing over my shoulder more than once. When I reached my campsite, everything was as I'd left it, but the sense of peace I'd felt earlier was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here. The day dragged on, each sound of the forest putting me on edge. By the time night fell, I was jumpy, my flashlight sweeping the trees every few minutes. The fire's warmth did little to comfort me. Around midnight, I heard it, a distinct snap of a branch, louder than the usual rustling, came from the direction of the trail. My heart raced as I strained to listen, every muscle in my body tense. Then, another sound, footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching the leaves and twigs underfoot. They stopped just beyond the firelight, hidden by the darkness. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. "Hello," I finally called out, my voice shaky. No response. The footsteps resumed, circling the campsite. Whoever or whatever it was stayed just out of sight. Panic set in. I grabbed the fire poker, my only real weapon, and stood close to the fire, hoping its light would keep whatever it was at bay. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, suddenly, a loud crash from the direction of my tent. I whipped around, shining the flashlight. The tent was still standing, but something had moved past it. I could see the grass pressed down where it had been. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire until dawn, every noise making my heart race. When morning came, I packed up. I didn't care about finishing the trip or sticking to the plan. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the car was nerve-wracking. Every snap of a twig made me whip around, expecting to see someone or something. But the trail remained empty. When I finally reached the parking lot, relief washed over me. Driving away, I couldn't stop thinking about the clearing, the footprints, the sounds in the night. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, amplified by the isolation. Or maybe someone had been out there watching me. I'll never know for sure, but one thing's certain. I won't be camping alone again anytime soon. I always loved the idea of camping alone. It was supposed to be my way of disconnecting, a reset from the constant hum of city life. I had spent weeks preparing, researching trails, gathering supplies, and double-checking everything I might need. The area I chose was remote, a dense forest about 5 hours away from the city. It was perfect. No cell service, no crowds, just me and the wilderness. The drive out was uneventful, a straight stretch of road lined with pines and the occasional clearing. My backpack was loaded with essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a knife, and a small first aid kit. I even brought a personal locator beacon just in case. I parked my car at the trailhead, locked it, and set off down the path with the sun high in the sky. The trail wound deeper into the woods, and the air grew cooler the further I went. The smell of pine and damp earth was refreshing. I could hear the chirping of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves from unseen animals. It felt good to be away from everything. After about 4 hours of hiking, I found a small clearing near a stream. The spot was perfect. The ground was flat, and the stream would provide easy access to water. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and got everything ready for the night. As the sun began to set, the forest transformed. The light dimmed, casting long shadows between the trees. The chirping birds were replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl. I built a small fire and cooked a simple meal of instant noodles. Sitting by the fire, I felt a deep sense of peace. This was exactly what I had wanted: silence, solitude, and simplicity. The first sign that something was off came just as I was about to go to bed. I was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard it. A faint snapping sound, like a twig breaking underfoot, came from somewhere behind me. I froze, straining my ears. The forest was alive with sounds, but this was different. It wasn't the random rustling of leaves or the distant call of an animal. It was deliberate. Someone or something had stepped on that twig. I turned slowly, scanning the dark trees with my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trunks and undergrowth, but there was nothing there. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I decided to stay up a little longer, feeding the fire and keeping an ear out for any more sounds. The forest was quiet for the next hour. The fire crackled softly, and the night pressed in around me. I finally convinced myself that I was overreacting. Animals were everywhere in the woods. It was foolish to jump at every little sound. I put out the fire, crawled into my tent, and zipped it shut. Lying in my sleeping bag, I listened to the soft babble of the stream and let it lull me to sleep. I woke up to darkness and silence. My watch said it was just past 2 a.m. Something had woken me, though I didn't know what. I lay still, listening. The forest, so full of life during the day, was now eerily quiet. No crickets, No rustling leaves, just a heavy, oppressive silence. Then I heard it again, the faint crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. My heart started pounding. The sound was coming from the direction of the stream, slow and deliberate, like someone trying to move quietly but not succeeding. I reached for my flashlight and knife, my fingers trembling. With a deep breath, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The beam of my flashlight swept across the clearing, illuminating the trees and the empty space by the stream. Nothing, but the footsteps had stopped. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, flashlight in one hand and knife in the other, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The forest remained still, as if holding its breath. Finally, I convinced myself to crawl back into the tent. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, every sound setting my nerves on edge. When dawn finally broke, the forest seemed to come alive again. Birds chirped, and the stream gurgled cheerfully, as if the night's events had been a bad dream. I stepped out of the tent, my body stiff from tension and lack of sleep. The clearing looked the same as it had the day before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my gear quickly, my eyes darting to the trees every few seconds. The thought of staying another night out here was unbearable. As I started back down the trail, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. The feeling of being watched was suffocating. About an hour into the hike, I noticed something odd. The trail, which had been clear and well marked on my way in, now seemed different. The trees felt closer, the path less distinct. I pulled out my map and compass to confirm my direction. Everything seemed correct, but the sense of disorientation was overwhelming. I pressed on, my pace quickening as anxiety gnawed at me. The snapping of a twig stopped me in my tracks. This time it was close, too close. I spun around, my heart racing, but again, there was nothing there. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick, and visibility was limited. I could feel my pulse in my ears as I scanned the trees. Then I saw it, a faint movement, just on the edge of my vision. Someone was there. I didn't wait to find out who or what it was. I started walking faster, almost jogging, my backpack bouncing against my shoulders. Panic was setting in. I wasn't just lost. I was being followed. The trail seemed to twist and turn in ways I didn't remember. Every shadow, every sound, felt like a threat. The forest, which had seemed so inviting just a day ago, now felt like a trap. I don't know how long I walked. Hours, maybe. The sun was high overhead, but the dense canopy made it hard to tell the time. My water was running low, and my legs were burning from the effort. I was about to stop and rest when I saw something that made my stomach drop. A small clearing with a stream running through it. My clearing. Somehow I had walked in a circle. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. This wasn't possible. I had followed the trail, checked my map and compass. There was no way I could have ended up back here. And yet, there I was, staring at the spot where I had camped the night before. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, heavier, and they circled the clearing. My heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. I didn't stay to investigate. I turned and ran, abandoning the trail and plunging into the forest. Branches whipped at my face and tore at my clothes, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. My only goal was to put as much distance as possible between me and that clearing. Eventually, I stumbled upon a dirt road. Relief washed over me as I realized it might lead to safety. I followed it, my legs trembling and my breath ragged. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a parked truck in the distance. An older man was loading tools into the back. He looked up as I approached, his expression shifting from surprise to concern. I didn't give him the full story. just said I'd gotten lost and needed help. He offered me a ride back to the trailhead, where my car was still parked. As we drove, I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see someone step out of the woods. I've never been able to explain what happened during that trip. Maybe it was all in my head, the result of exhaustion and paranoia. But those footprints, they were real. I've never gone camping alone again, and I don't think I ever will. The woods might be beautiful, but they're not empty. And sometimes it's better not to find out who's out there. The fire crackled softly as I stirred the pot of instant noodles, the smell mixing with the earthy scent of the forest around me. I'd picked this spot, deep in the woods, far from the beaten trails, because I wanted some solitude. I was tired of city life, tired of the constant buzz of traffic and the glare of screens. This was supposed to be my weekend escape. Just me, my gear, and the endless quiet of the wilderness. The campsite wasn't much. A flat patch of dirt surrounded by towering pines and a small creek trickling nearby. I'd set up my tent a few yards from the fire, just close enough to catch the warmth but far enough to avoid sparks. My pack leaned against a rock, and my small lantern sat on top of it, casting a faint glow in the growing darkness. As I ate my dinner, the woods came alive with sound. Crickets chirped in the underbrush, and somewhere far off, an owl hooted. It was peaceful, but there was also an edge to it, a reminder that I was completely alone out here. I didn't mind. That's what I wanted. No phone calls, no deadlines, just this. By the time I finished eating, the sky had turned black, pinpricked with stars. I cleaned my pot in the creek and stashed my food in a bear-proof container, securing it a good distance from the campsite. I'd read enough horror stories about careless campers attracting unwanted visitors. The fire was starting to die down, so I added a few more logs, watching as the flames licked upward, casting dancing shadows on the trees. It must have been close to midnight when I finally crawled into my tent. The air inside was cool, and the faint smell of nylon filled my nose. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and lay there for a while, listening to the sounds outside. The forest was alive with noise, but it was all natural. The rustling of leaves, the occasional crack of a branch, the distant babble of the creek. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, I was awake, heart pounding. At first, I didn't know why. The tent was pitch black, and for a moment, I thought maybe I just had a bad dream. But then I heard it, a faint crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't an animal, it was too deliberate, too heavy. My mind raced through possibilities. A bear? No, bears didn't move like that. Person? But why would anyone be out here, in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night? I reached for my flashlight, my fingers trembling as they closed around the cold metal. Slowly, I unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the campsite. At first, I didn't see anything. The woods were still, the trees standing like silent sentinels. And then I saw it, a figure just on the edge of the firelight. They were standing still, watching. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. They weren't moving, just standing there, half hidden by the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, just the vague outline of a person. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me staring out of the tent, them standing in the shadows. Felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, they turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't move, didn't even breathe until I was sure they were gone. My first instinct was to pack up and leave, but the thought of wandering through the woods at night, with someone potentially out there, was even more terrifying. Instead, I stayed awake, clutching my flashlight and my camping knife, listening for any sound. None came, When the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I emerged from the tent, my body stiff from a night of tension. The campsite looked the same as it had the night before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I checked the area where the figure had been standing, but there was nothing, no footprints, no signs of anyone being there. I told myself I'd imagined it, that it was just a trick of the light and my overactive imagination. But as I packed up my gear, I couldn't shake the unease. The forest, which had felt so peaceful the day before, now felt oppressive, like it was watching me. I decided to cut my trip short. As I hiked back to my car, every snap of a twig and rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure following me. But the trail remained empty. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and got in, locking the doors behind me. I sat there for a moment, just breathing, before starting the engine. The drive back to the city felt surreal, the miles of forest blurring past the windows. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what happened. Maybe it was just a hiker who got lost, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But every time I think about going back into the woods, I feel that same knot of fear in my stomach. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also vast and indifferent, and sometimes it's better to leave it alone. I've always loved the solitude of camping. No cell service, no obligations, no distractions. Just me, the trees, and the crackling of a campfire under the stars. Last October, I decided to head out to a remote spot in the mountains. I'd been there once before, a little-known campsite tucked deep within the national forest. It was the kind of place where the nearest human could be miles away, and that was exactly what I wanted. The drive took most of the day. Gravel roads wound through dense forest, the trees growing so thick they formed a canopy that blocked out the sun. By the time I reached the trailhead, the air was cool and damp, and the late afternoon light filtered weakly through the clouds. I grabbed my pack, double-checked my gear, and set off down the trail. The hike to the campsite was about 3 miles, mostly uphill. The trail was narrow and overgrown, with roots and rocks jutting out in random places. Every step required attention. The forest was eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. It felt like I was the only person for miles, and I probably was. When I reached the site, the sun was starting to set. The clearing was small, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush. A fire ring of blackened stones sat in the center, evidence that others had been here before me, though not recently. The ground was soft with a layer of pine needles, perfect for pitching a tent. I set up camp quickly, racing against the fading light. By the time I got the fire going, night had fallen, and the temperature had dropped significantly. There's something primal about sitting alone by a fire in the wilderness. The way the flames dance, the way the shadows flicker at the edge of your vision, the way every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves puts you on edge. I cooked a simple dinner, instant noodles and a granola bar, and leaned back against a log, staring up at the stars. The forest felt alive, but not in a comforting way. It was as if it were watching me, waiting. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire thoroughly, making sure there were no embers left to ignite the dry forest floor. Crawling into my tent, I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and tried to get comfortable. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant howling of a coyote. I'm not sure when I fell asleep, but when I woke up, it was pitch black and deathly silent. Something had changed. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. I lay still, my heart pounding, straining to hear anything over the sound of my own breathing. The silence was unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then I heard it, the faint crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. They were slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere outside my tent. My first thought was that it was an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But as I listened, I realized the footsteps were too heavy for a small animal and too deliberate for a deer. They sounded human. My mind raced. Could be a fellow camper, lost and stumbling upon my sight. Or it could be someone who wasn't supposed to be here at all. I stayed frozen in place, my hand gripping the handle of my camping knife. The footsteps grew closer, circling the tent. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were moving slowly, deliberately, as if they were inspecting the campsite. My stomach churned. I'd left my pack outside, along with my boots. If they wanted to take my gear, I could let them have it. I could hike out barefoot if I had to, but they didn't touch my pack. They didn't do anything but walk. Round and round, they circled the tent, their pace unchanging. I couldn't make sense of it. If they were a thief, why not grab my stuff and leave? If they were lost, why not call out for help? The longer it went on, the more my fear grew. This wasn't normal behavior. I don't know how long it lasted. Time seemed to stretch in the darkness, each second an eternity. Finally, the footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting for the next sound. For a long time, there was nothing, just silence. Then, slowly, I heard the footsteps retreating, growing fainter and fainter until they disappeared entirely. I didn't move for what felt like hours. My muscles ached from the tension, but I was too scared to even shift in my sleeping bag. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When I woke up, the sun was rising, casting a pale light over the campsite. Everything looked normal. My pack was untouched. My boots were where I'd left them, and there was no sign that anyone had been there. But when I stepped out of the tent, I saw them. Footprints in the soft dirt around my tent. They were large, unmistakably human, and they formed a perfect circle around my tent. Whoever it was had walked around me for hours, watching, listening. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. The unease from the night before hadn't faded, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hike back to the trailhead felt twice as long as it had the day before. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but the trail remained empty. When I finally reached my car, I tossed my pack in the back and locked the doors as fast as I could. The relief of being inside a locked vehicle was overwhelming. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to calm my racing heart. Then I started the engine and drove away, leaving the forest and its secrets behind. I haven't been back to that campsite since. I still go camping, but I stick to more populated areas now, places where other people are nearby. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was another camper who didn't realize they were being creepy. Maybe it was someone from a nearby town messing with me. But deep down, I know that whoever was out there that night wasn't lost or curious or playing a prank. They were there for a reason, and that reason still haunts me. The forest can be a beautiful, peaceful place, but it can also be dark and unforgiving. Out there, away from the safety of civilization, you're vulnerable. You're alone, and sometimes you're not as alone as you think. I've always loved the solitude of camping. There's something about being away from the noise of the world, surrounded by the sounds of the forest, that feels grounding. A couple of weeks ago, I decided to spend a long weekend camping in a remote area of a national forest I'd never been to before. It was supposed to be a way to unwind and clear my head, but things didn't go as planned. I picked a spot that wasn't on the usual trail maps. The forest ranger had mentioned it to me offhandedly when I checked in at the station, a lesser-known area with a small lake and plenty of flat ground for pitching a tent. Sounded perfect. He did warn me that it was quite isolated and to be careful, but I figured he was just covering his bases. I wasn't worried. I've camped alone many times before and always handled myself just fine. The hike to the site took about 4 hours, mostly uphill. The trail wasn't well marked, but I downloaded a detailed map to my phone and brought a physical one as a backup. The deeper I went into the forest, the quieter it got. By the time I reached the lake, the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dry leaves and the occasional rustle of wildlife in the underbrush. The lake itself was stunning, a mirror-like surface reflecting the surrounding trees and the pale blue sky. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. I set up my tent on a flat patch of ground a few yards from the water and spent the rest of the afternoon gathering firewood and exploring the area. The forest here felt untouched, almost pristine. There were no signs of other campers. No trash, no footprints, nothing. It was just me and nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I built a fire and cooked a simple meal. Sitting by the fire, staring out at the lake, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace. That night, I slept deeply. The sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, lulled me to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was already climbing high in the sky. I spent the day fishing, reading, and just soaking in the quiet. By evening, I'd settled into the rhythm of the place. The second night, things began to feel off. It started with small things. I heard rustling outside my tent around midnight. It wasn't unusual. Animals are active at night, but this rustling didn't sound like a small animal. It was heavier, deliberate. I told myself it was probably a deer and tried to go back to sleep. But then I noticed the quiet. The crickets had stopped chirping. The forest felt unnaturally still, the kind of stillness that makes your skin crawl. I lay in my sleeping bag, straining to hear anything over the pounding of my heart. The rustling stopped, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I told myself I was imagining things, that I just spooked myself. Eventually, I fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Near the edge of the lake, where the ground was soft and muddy, there were footprints. Human footprints. They were large, probably from a man's boots, and they hadn't been there the day before. They led from the trees to the water's edge and then disappeared. I stood there staring at them for what felt like an eternity. I hadn't seen or heard anyone else since I'd arrived. Who would hike all the way out here just to walk to the lake and leave? I spent the rest of the day on edge, jumping at every sound. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Maybe another camper had passed through, though I knew how unlikely that was. The isolation that had felt so comforting before now felt oppressive. By the time night fell, I was exhausted but too anxious to sleep. I sat by the fire, my flashlight and a knife within arm's reach, listening for anything out of the ordinary. Around midnight, I heard it again, rustling, coming from the direction of the lake. This time it was closer. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it towards the sound, but the beam only illuminated trees and darkness. I called out, my voice shaky, asking if anyone was there. No response. The rustling stopped, and the forest went silent again. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I decided to pack up and leave. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. As I was taking down my tent, I found something that made my blood run cold. Stuck to one of the stakes was a long strand of hair. It was dark, almost black, and definitely not mine. I'd set up the tent myself. There was no way it had been there before. I shoved everything into my pack as quickly as I could and started the hike back. The trail felt different on the way out, more overgrown, as if the forest had closed in behind me. Every sound made me jump, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail remained empty. About halfway back, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. Hanging from a low branch was a small bundle, wrapped in what looked like animal hide and tied with twine. It was crudely made, but deliberate. I didn't open it. I didn't want to know what was inside. I just kept moving, faster now, practically running at some points. By the time I reached my car, I was drenched in sweat and shaking. I threw my pack in the back seat and sped down the gravel road, not stopping until I reached the main highway. Only then did I let myself breathe. I still don't know what happened out there. Maybe it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. But I can't explain the footprints or the hair or the bundle in the tree. I've told myself I'll never go camping alone again, but part of me wonders if I'll ever feel safe in the woods again at all. Some things once experienced stay with you. The forest felt alive that night, but not in the comforting, serene way it often does. It was the kind of alive that made my skin crawl, the kind that made me second-guess the decision to camp alone. The plan had seemed so clear a week ago. A weekend in the woods, away from the constant buzz of city life. No phone, no internet, just me and the quiet. I had chosen a spot deep in the woods, far from the popular trails and crowded campsites. The map showed a small clearing near a stream. Perfect, I thought. By the time I arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows through the towering pines. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy smell of moss and damp leaves. I set up my tent quickly, my hands steady despite the growing darkness. Dinner was simple: a can of beans heated over a small camp stove, a granola bar for dessert. As I ate, I watched the forest shift around me. The last rays of sunlight disappeared, replaced by the silver glow of a rising moon. Crickets began their nightly chorus, joined by the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a twig. Normal sounds, I told myself, just the forest doing what it does. By the time I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I felt uneasy. It was subtle at first, like an itch at the back of my mind. The kind of feeling you get when someone's watching you, even though no one is there. I brushed it off as nerves. After all, it wasn't my first time camping alone, but it was the first time I'd ventured this deep into the wilderness. The first night passed without incident, though my sleep was restless. Dreams of shifting shadows and distant footsteps haunted me, but I woke to the pale light of dawn and the sound of birdsong. It was enough to push the unease away. I made coffee, boiled some instant oatmeal, and set off to explore. The forest was stunning in the daylight. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor. I followed the stream for a while, collecting smooth stones and snapping photos. By midday, I'd covered a decent distance and decided to head back. The unease from the night before seemed silly now. The woods were just woods, and I was fine. But as the sun dipped low again, the feeling crept back. It wasn't a sudden realization, but a slow, creeping sense of wrongness. I couldn't pinpoint why. The sounds of the forest seemed normal enough, but there was something off. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to loom closer, or how the shadows seemed darker than they should be. I told myself I was imagining it. I forced myself to eat dinner, read a few pages of a book, and climb into my tent before the fear could take root. That night, I didn't dream. I barely slept at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard something: a faint crunch of leaves, a soft snap of a branch. It wasn't constant, but it was frequent enough to keep me on edge. At one point, I thought I heard breathing slow and deliberate, just outside the thin fabric of my tent. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound stopped. Maybe it was never there. The third day started with exhaustion. My body ached from tension, and my head throbbed from lack of sleep. I considered packing up and leaving, but pride held me back. I had come here to escape, to prove I could handle the isolation. Running home after a couple of uneasy nights felt like defeat. Instead, I decided to stay busy. I hiked further than I had the day before, pushing through thick underbrush and climbing steep ridges. By the time I returned to camp, my legs were jelly and my clothes were soaked with sweat. As I cooked dinner, the unease returned, sharper this time. The sounds of the forest seemed muted, as if the trees were holding their breath. The air felt heavier, pressing down on me like a weight. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd see something or someone lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing, just trees and darkness. I decided to turn in early, hoping exhaustion would outweigh fear. But sleep didn't come. The forest was too quiet. The usual hum of crickets and distant owl calls had vanished, leaving an eerie silence. My heart raced as I lay there, staring at the ceiling of my tent. Then I heard it, footsteps. They were faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. But they grew louder, closer. They weren't rushed or erratic. They were slow, deliberate, like someone taking their time. I sat up, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps stopped. My hand reached for the flashlight beside me, fingers fumbling in the dark. When I finally clicked it on, the beam of light cut through the tent, illuminating the fabric. I scanned the walls, expecting to see shadows moving outside. Nothing. For hours I sat there, flashlight in hand, listening. The footsteps didn't return, but the silence persisted, stretching on until the first light of dawn seeped through the trees. I stepped out of the tent, muscles stiff and eyes heavy with fatigue. The forest looked the same as it had every other morning, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I made the decision to leave. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to meet it. I packed up quickly, my movements hurried and clumsy. As I dismantled the tent, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. They weren't mine. The size was wrong, the tread unfamiliar. They circled my campsite, leading off into the woods. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to know where they led. I grabbed my pack and started down the trail, moving faster than I probably should have. The forest felt oppressive, the trees crowding closer with every step. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. It wasn't until I reached the car that I allowed myself to breathe. I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors before I even started the engine. As I drove away, the tension slowly ebbed, replaced by exhaustion. I don't know what happened in those woods. Maybe it was all in my head, the product of an overactive imagination and too much time alone. Or maybe there was someone out there watching me, waiting. I'll never know for sure, and I'm okay with that. What I do know is this: I won't be camping alone again. The trailhead was unassuming, just a small dirt lot, a wooden sign, and the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world has pressed mute. I had been planning this solo camping trip for weeks, eager to escape the monotony of my 9-to-5 life. The plan was straightforward: hike deep into the forest, set up camp, and spend 2 nights under the stars.
No phones, no distractions.
Just me, the trees, and whatever thoughts bubbled up in the silence. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail snaked through towering pines and oaks, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into scattered golden patches. The air smelled of earth and sap, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional rustle of a bird or squirrel. It was perfect, exactly what I had hoped for. By mid-afternoon, I found a small clearing near a creek. It was idyllic, the kind of spot that would make for a postcard-perfect camping photo. The creek's gentle gurgle added a soothing backdrop to the scene, and the ground was flat and soft, covered in a layer of pine needles. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and spent the rest of the daylight exploring the area. I found a few animal tracks near the creek. Deer, I guessed, and noticed some claw marks on a nearby tree. Probably a bear, but they looked old, and I wasn't too concerned. I'd stored my food in a bear-proof container, far from my tent, just as the guides recommended. That night, as I sat by the fire, the forest came alive with sounds. Crickets chirped in unison, and an owl hooted somewhere in the distance. The stars were brighter than I'd ever seen, scattered across the sky like shards of glass. I felt a deep sense of peace, a rare moment of contentment that seemed to settle in my chest. I stayed up later than I planned, feeding small sticks to the fire and staring into the flames until my eyes grew heavy. The first sign that something was off came the next morning. I woke up to find the firewood I'd gathered scattered around the campsite. At first, I thought it might have been the wind, but there hadn't been any strong gusts overnight. The logs were heavy, not the kind of thing that would roll away easily. Maybe an animal had wandered through, curious about the smells of the campfire. It didn't seem like a big deal, so I brushed it off and went about my day. I spent most of that day hiking further into the forest, carrying only a small day pack with water, snacks, and a map. The deeper I went, the more the forest changed. The trees grew denser, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The underbrush thickened, and the air felt heavier, cooler. I found a rocky outcrop that offered a stunning view of the valley below and sat there for a while, eating a granola bar and listening to the wind. It was so quiet, so utterly removed from the world I knew, that it almost felt unnatural. When I returned to camp that evening, I noticed something strange. One of my tent stakes was loose, and the corner of the tent had collapsed slightly. It wasn't windy, and I was sure I'd secured everything properly. Unease prickled at the back of my neck, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I hadn't driven the stake deep enough. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The shadows seemed darker, the sounds of the forest sharper and more distinct. I built a larger fire that night, its light a small comfort against the encroaching darkness. The second night was restless. I woke up several times, heart pounding, without knowing why. The forest was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels wrong. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something outside the tent. It was faint, a soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. The sound stopped, and for what felt like hours, I lay there, straining to hear anything else. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back into a fitful sleep. Morning brought little relief. The fire pit had been disturbed, ashes and charred would scattered around. My bear-proof container had been moved, though it was still sealed. That wasn't supposed to happen. Those things are designed to be nearly impossible to open or move. It felt deliberate, like someone or something was testing me. I decided to cut my trip short. As much as I loved the idea of solitude, this was too much. The forest didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt oppressive, like it wanted me gone. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started back toward the trailhead. The hike back was tense. Every sound, a snapping twig, a rustling bush, set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the empty trail and the endless trees. About halfway back, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Along the edge of the trail, there were footprints. Not animal tracks, but human. They were fresh, the edges of the prints still sharp in the dirt. They weren't mine. They were too large and spaced too far apart. They followed the trail for a while before veering off into the forest. I stopped and listened, but the woods were silent. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail seemed longer on the way back, every bend and twist stretching endlessly. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was another hiker, someone who'd taken a different route. But I hadn't seen anyone else the entire trip, not even at the trailhead. By the time I reached the lot, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dirt. My car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. Relief washed over me as I tossed my gear into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat. I locked the doors out of habit, but it felt more urgent now, like a barrier between me and whatever was out there. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone emerge from the trees. But the lot was empty, the forest still and quiet. The unease lingered, though, a knot in my stomach that didn't unwind until I was miles away. Looking back, I still don't know what happened. Maybe it was just my imagination, heightened by the isolation and the strange occurrences. Or maybe someone had been out there watching, testing the boundaries of my solitude. I've thought about going back, retracing my steps to see if I missed something, but I can't bring myself to do it. The forest may have been beautiful, but it wasn't mine. And I think on some level it wanted me to know that. I had planned this camping trip for weeks. After spending too much time in the grind of work and city life, I needed to escape to the solitude of the wilderness. I'd found a spot in a remote forest area, far from any main roads or populated trails. It wasn't a popular location, and that's exactly what I wanted. No other campers, no noises, just me and nature. The idea of total isolation was appealing, almost intoxicating. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. It was a crisp morning, the kind where the air smells like pine and the sky is a perfect shade of blue. My car's trunk was packed with gear: a tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, and other essentials. I double-checked everything before heading out, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything critical. The hike to the campsite was a little over 6 miles, mostly uphill, but I was prepared for the challenge. The trail was narrow and overgrown in spots, winding through dense forest. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional bird call. As I went deeper, the sense of isolation grew. I didn't see another person the entire hike. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees towering like silent sentinels. I felt a mix of peace and unease. It was strange to be so completely alone. After a few hours, I reached the spot I'd picked out on the map. It was a small clearing near a stream, with enough space to set up my tent and a fire pit. The stream bubbled softly, and the clearing was bathed in golden light from the late afternoon sun. It was perfect. I set down my pack and got to work pitching the tent. The process was methodical. Lay out the ground tarp, assemble the poles, stretch the rainfly. It felt good to use my hands, to focus on something tangible. Once the tent was up, I collected firewood from the surrounding area. The forest floor was littered with dry branches and twigs, ideal for kindling. I built a small fire and cooked a simple meal of instant noodles and jerky. The taste was nothing special, but out here, it felt like a feast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped. I pulled on an extra layer and settled by the fire, letting its warmth seep into me. Darkness came quickly in the forest. The stars blinked into view, impossibly bright without the interference of city lights. I stared up at them, feeling small and insignificant in the best possible way. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the trees. It was peaceful, but the silence was also unnerving. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me glance over my shoulder. I told myself it was just animals, deer, maybe a raccoon. Nothing to worry about. When the fire burned low, I doused it with water and crawled into my tent. The sleeping bag was warm and comfortable, and the exhaustion from the hike settled over me like a heavy blanket. I drifted off quickly, lulled by the sound of the stream. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, At first, I didn't know what had pulled me from sleep. The forest was still, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural. My ears strained for any sound, but there was nothing, just silence. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but a knot of unease formed in my stomach. I lay there listening for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because I woke again to the pale light of dawn filtering through the tent. I shook off the lingering unease and got up, determined to enjoy the day. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the stream, weaving through the forest. The air was cool and fresh, and the sunlight streamed through the trees in golden beams. It felt good to move, to stretch my legs after the long hike yesterday. The stream led me to a small waterfall, maybe 10 feet high, tumbling into a clear pool. It was beautiful, almost too perfect to be real. I sat there for a while, soaking it in. The sound of the water was soothing, and the tension I'd felt during the night began to fade. I snapped a few photos with my phone before heading back to camp. By the time I returned, the sun was high in the sky. I spent the afternoon fishing in the stream, though I didn't catch much. It didn't matter. Just being out here, away from everything, was enough. I cooked another simple meal for dinner and settled in for the evening. As night fell, the unease from the previous night returned. It was subtle at first, a prickle at the back of my neck. The fire seemed less comforting, the darkness more oppressive. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I heard it, a faint sound, almost too soft to notice. It wasn't the usual rustle of leaves or snap of a branch. It was deliberate, like footsteps. I froze, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer this time. My heart raced. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees, but the beam only illuminated an endless tangle of branches. There was nothing there. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer, but the footsteps had been too steady, too deliberate. I stayed by the fire, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. The sound didn't come again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When the fire burned down, I forced myself to crawl into the tent. I zipped it up tight, as if that thin layer of fabric could protect me from whatever was out there. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, it was restless. The next morning, I found tracks near my campsite. They were faint but unmistakable boot prints, not animal tracks. My stomach sank. Someone had been here during the night. The idea was unsettling. This place was supposed to be remote, far off the beaten path. Why would someone be out here? And why hadn't they approached my camp? The questions swirled in my mind as I packed up my gear. Staying another night didn't feel like an option anymore. The hike back to the trailhead felt longer than the journey in. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves made my heart race. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but the trail remained empty. By the time I reached my car, my nerves were frayed. I threw my gear into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors out of habit. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest seemed darker, more menacing than it had on the way in. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief. The tension in my chest began to ease. But even now, back in the safety of my apartment, I can't forget those boot prints or the sound of those footsteps. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also vast and untamed. Out there, you're truly alone, or at least you're supposed to be. The air was cold, but not unbearable. I had hiked about 8 miles into the wilderness, carrying everything I needed on my back. The trail had started off well-marked, winding through dense forest, but as the day wore on, it had become less defined, more like a memory of where others had walked before me. By the time I reached my chosen camping spot, I was exhausted but relieved. The small clearing I'd found was nestled between a cluster of pines and a rocky outcrop, offering both cover and a bit of a windbreak. Setting up camp had been routine. I pitched my tent, careful to clear the ground underneath for any sharp rocks or twigs. I set up my small portable stove, filled my water bottles from the nearby stream, and boiled some to ensure it was safe to drink. Dinner was a simple affair, instant noodles and jerky, but it felt like a feast after the long hike. The sun dipped below the horizon quicker than I had expected. Out here, away from the city lights, darkness was absolute. The stars came alive, scattered across the sky in numbers that seemed impossible. I had no firewood, so I relied on my headlamp for light. It cast a small, reassuring circle around me as I sat just outside my tent, sipping a cup of instant coffee and enjoying the quiet. It wasn't until I crawled into my sleeping bag that I noticed how alone I really was. The silence, which had felt peaceful at first, now seemed oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, felt magnified. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a small animal, a squirrel or a raccoon. I tried to push the thoughts away and focus on the warmth of my sleeping bag, the softness of my makeshift pillow. Eventually, I drifted off. I woke up abruptly, heart pounding, unsure of what had pulled me from sleep. I lay still, listening. The wind had picked up, causing the trees to sway and creak, their branches brushing against one another with a sound like dry whispers. But there was something else, a low, rhythmic crunching, like footsteps on the forest floor. I held my breath, straining to hear over the thudding of my own heartbeat. The sound was faint but deliberate, moving slowly, circling the clearing. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, or a fox, but the pattern didn't fit. It was too heavy, too methodical. Not a scamper or a bound, but a deliberate step. Then another, and another. I reached for my headlamp, fumbling to turn it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of my tent and casting strange shadows on its nylon walls. I unzipped the tent door just enough to peer out, sweeping the light across the clearing. Nothing, just trees and rocks, the stream glinting faintly in the distance. The sound had stopped. For a long time, I sat there, frozen, scanning the edges of the clearing. My breath fogged in the cold air, and my fingers felt stiff as I gripped the headlamp. Eventually, I convinced myself that whatever it was had moved on. I zipped the tent shut and lay back down, though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, everything seemed normal. The sun was shining, the air crisp and clear. I told myself I had overreacted. It's easy to let your imagination run wild when you're alone in the woods. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area a bit before packing up. I followed the stream for a while, admiring how it carved its way through the landscape, tumbling over rocks and fallen branches. That's when I saw them. Footprints, human footprints, pressed into the soft earth along the edge of the stream. They weren't mine, the tread pattern was different, and they looked fresher. My stomach tightened as I crouched to examine them. They led upstream, away from my camp, and I debated whether to follow them. Logic told me it could be another hiker, maybe someone who had passed through earlier that morning, unseen while I was busy eating or breaking camp. But a small, nagging voice in my head reminded me how remote this place was, how unlikely it was to run into someone else out here. I decided not to follow the tracks. Instead, I returned to my camp, packed everything up as quickly as I could, and started back toward the trailhead. The sense of unease stayed with me, a low hum of anxiety that refused to dissipate. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. About an hour into my hike back, I noticed something odd. The trail didn't look right. It was subtle at first, a bend that seemed sharper than I remembered, a fallen log I didn't recall stepping over on my way in. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself, but the dense forest made it difficult to find any clear landmarks. I realized I must have veered off the main trail without noticing. I backtracked, scanning for the familiar markers I'd seen the day before, but nothing looked right. The more I tried to retrace my steps, the more disoriented I became. Panic started to creep in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had plenty of supplies, and I knew the general direction of the trailhead. If I kept my bearings and stayed patient, I'd find my way back. That's when I saw it, hanging from a tree branch at the edge of my peripheral vision, swaying slightly in the breeze. A small bundle, wrapped in what looked like cloth and tied with twine. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering in my chest. The cloth was old and stained, the knots tight and deliberate. I hesitated before untying it, a part of me screaming to leave it alone. Inside were small bones, clean and white, strung together like a crude necklace. My stomach churned as I dropped the bundle and stepped back. This wasn't just someone passing through. This was deliberate. A message, perhaps, though its meaning was unclear. My sense of isolation deepened, the forest around me suddenly feeling hostile, foreign. I forced myself to move, to keep heading in what I hoped was the right direction. The daylight was fading, and I didn't want to be caught out here after dark again. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing closer together, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws. Every sound set my nerves on edge. The rustle of leaves, the distant caw of a bird, the snap of a twig underfoot. Hours passed, though it felt like days. The sky turned a dull gray, then deepened to twilight. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and my head throbbed from the constant vigilance. I knew I couldn't keep this up much longer. I needed to find shelter, some place where I could rest and regroup. That's when I saw the cabin. It was small, barely more than a shack, its wooden walls weathered and warped with age. The windows were dark, and the door hung slightly ajar. I approached cautiously, my hand gripping the handle of my pocket knife. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a single room, sparsely furnished. A cot, a table, and a chair. A wood-burning stove in one corner. It looked abandoned, but there were signs of recent use. An empty can on the table, a pile of ashes in the stove. I debated whether to stay. On one hand, the cabin offered protection from the elements and a chance to rest. On the other, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trespassing, that whoever had been here before might return. In the end, exhaustion won out. I bolted the door as best I could and settled onto the cot, my knife within arm's reach. Sleep was fitful, interrupted by every creak and groan of the old structure. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I peeked through the window, the clearing was empty. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When it did, I wasted no time. I left the cabin and continued my trek, this time paying extra attention to my compass and map. The forest seemed less menacing in the daylight, though the unease never fully left me. By mid-afternoon, I finally stumbled onto the main trail, the sight of it filling me with a relief so intense I nearly cried. I made it back to my car without further incident, though the experience stayed with me. Even now, months later, I can't explain what happened out there. Who left those footprints? Who hung that bundle from the tree? And who had been using the cabin? I don't know if I want to find out. What I do know is that the wilderness isn't just a place of beauty and solitude. It's a place where you're reminded, in no uncertain terms, how small and vulnerable you really are. And sometimes, it's a place that doesn't want you there. It started as one of those weekends where you just want to get away from everything. Work had been relentless. The city noise never stopped, and I needed a break. So I packed my gear, double-checked my supplies, and headed out to a remote camping spot I'd read about online. The The place was tucked away deep in the mountains, far from any towns or people. That was exactly what I wanted. Silence, solitude, and some fresh air. The drive took nearly 4 hours. By the time I arrived, the sun was already starting to dip behind the hills. The trailhead was marked by a small wooden sign, half covered in moss. The air was cooler here, crisp and clean. I slung my pack over my shoulder and began the hike. The trail was narrow, winding through dense trees, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional chirp of a bird. I felt the tension of the city melt away with every step. About an hour in, I reached a clearing. The spot was perfect. A flat patch of ground surrounded by tall pines, with a small stream gurgling nearby. I set up my tent, arranged some rocks for a fire pit, and gathered enough wood to last the night. As the sun dipped lower, the sky turned shades of orange and pink. I lit the fire and watched the flames dance, feeling the kind of peace I hadn't felt in months. After eating a simple meal of canned beans and bread, I leaned back against a log and stared up at the stars. Out here, they were brilliant, scattered across the sky like diamonds. I could hear the stream trickling, the occasional rustle of leaves, and nothing else. No cars, no people, no distractions. Just nature. It was around midnight when I decided to call it a night. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the temperature had dropped significantly. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and let the quiet lull me to sleep. I don't know what woke me up. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe some faint sound I didn't consciously register. I opened my eyes to pitch blackness. My first thought was that the fire had gone out completely, but then I realized I could still hear the stream. I lay still, listening, trying to figure out what felt off. There it was, a soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. My heart started to pound. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound didn't come from the ground. It was closer to my tent, too close. I sat up slowly, careful not to make any noise. My hand groped for the flashlight by my side. When I clicked it on, the beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of the tent. Everything seemed normal. My pack was where I left it, my boots by the door. But the sound, the crunching, had stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, flashlight in one hand, listening. There was nothing now but the stream and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been an animal or maybe even my imagination. I turned off the flashlight and lay back down, though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, the campsite looked undisturbed. I even checked around the tent for tracks but didn't find anything unusual. Still, the feeling lingered, that unsettled, uneasy feeling that someone or something had been there. I brushed it off and spent the day exploring the area. I hiked up to a ridge that overlooked the valley, took some pictures, and sat for a while just soaking it all in. By the time I returned to the campsite, I was exhausted but feeling better. Whatever had happened the night before was probably just nerves. That night, I made sure to build a bigger fire. I stayed up a little later, watching the flames and listening to the woods. It was quieter than the night before. No wind, no rustling leaves. Just the steady crackle of the fire and the stream in the background. I went to bed feeling more at ease, but the peace didn't last. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke up again. This time, I knew I hadn't imagined it. There was a sound outside the tent, a deliberate sound. Something or someone was moving around out there. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. The zipper of the tent was within arm's reach, but I didn't dare touch it. The footsteps circled the tent, slow and deliberate. I could hear the crunch of leaves, the snap of a twig. My mind raced. Couldn't be an animal. Animals don't walk like that, and no one else should be out here. This spot was miles from any other campsite, and I hadn't seen another car at the trailhead. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped. Then came the faint sound of fabric brushing against fabric. My heart felt like it was going to explode. Whoever it was, they were touching the tent, testing it. I clenched the flashlight in my hand, debating whether to turn it on or stay still and hope they'd leave. Suddenly, the tent shook, just a little, like someone had nudged it. I couldn't take it anymore. I clicked on the flashlight and pointed it at the wall of the tent. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. Silence. The light illuminated the inside of the tent, but I couldn't see anything outside. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. Flashlight in one hand, a camping knife in the other. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I waited, straining to hear anything. A retreating footstep, a rustle of leaves. But there was nothing. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, knife in hand. The campsite looked the same as before. No sign of anyone. No tracks, no disturbances. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to cut the trip short. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started back down the trail. The whole way, I felt on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful before, now felt oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made my heart race. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, I felt a wave of relief. I threw my pack into the back seat and got in, locking the doors. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the trail one last time. The trees stood silent, unmoving, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, watching me leave. The drive home felt longer than the drive out. Every car that passed, every shadow on the road, made me jump. When I finally reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and sat on the couch, trying to process what had happened. I still don't know if it was a person, an animal, or something else entirely. But one thing is certain, I won't be going back to that campsite. I've told a few people about the experience, but most just shrug it off. Probably just a raccoon, they say, or you were probably half dreaming. Maybe they're right, but I know what I heard, and I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps circling my tent, slow and deliberate, in the dead of night. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get away from work, my phone, and the noise of the city. I needed some time to breathe, to be surrounded by nothing but trees, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional call of a bird. I'd picked a spot in a state forest, miles from any major road, one that promised solitude and pristine nature. I packed light, a tent, sleeping bag, some basic supplies, and a small first aid kit. My car was parked at a trailhead about 3 miles from my chosen campsite. The hike in was peaceful. The trail wound through tall pines, their needles cushioning each step, and the air smelled clean, sharp with the scent of the forest. The further I went, the quieter it became. No cars, no voices, just the occasional snap of a twig underfoot or the rustle of a squirrel darting through the undergrowth. I found my campsite near a small clearing, with a view of a narrow, trickling stream just a few yards away. It was perfect. I set up my tent quickly, enjoying the simplicity of the process. The sky was starting to dim, softening into shades of orange and purple. I gathered some dry wood from around the area, built a small fire, and boiled water for an instant meal. It wasn't gourmet, but it filled me up, and the warmth of the food felt good in the cool evening air. The fire crackled softly, and for the first time in weeks, I felt my shoulders relax. As the night settled in, the darkness in the forest grew dense, pressing in around the small circle of firelight. The stars were brilliant, scattered across the sky like shards of glass. I leaned back against a log, letting the quiet wash over me. It wasn't until I heard the sound that I realized just how silent the forest had been. It was faint at first, almost indistinguishable from the breeze. A soft crunch of leaves, distant but deliberate. I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time, the unmistakable noise of someone or something moving through the underbrush. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the steps were too heavy, too deliberate. Animals scurry or bound. These sounded measured, like someone walking. I scanned the edge of the firelight, but beyond it was an impenetrable wall of black. The noise stopped. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, staring into the darkness, waiting for another sound. But nothing came. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, fueled by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the forest. I banked the fire, zipped myself into my tent, and tried to sleep. The first few hours were restless. Every little noise outside felt magnified. The wind brushing against the tent fabric, the creak of branches swaying above, the distant hoot of an owl. My rational mind kept reminding me there was nothing to worry about, but my body wouldn't listen. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I remember was waking up suddenly, heart pounding, to a distinct sound just outside my tent. It was the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on dried leaves. My breath caught in my throat. This time, there was no mistaking it. Someone was out there. I stayed as still as possible, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps circled my tent slowly, deliberately. I could hear the faint swish of fabric, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were taking their time. I reached for my pocket knife, the only thing I had for protection. My hand trembled as I gripped it, the small blade feeling woefully inadequate. My mind raced with possibilities. A lost hiker? Park ranger? But why wouldn't they announce themselves? Why circle my tent in the middle of the night? The footsteps stopped. I strained to hear, every nerve in my body on edge. Then, a sudden, sharp sound. The zipper of my tent being tugged slightly. My stomach dropped. Whoever it was, they were trying to get in. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. The sound echoed in the stillness, startling even me. The tugging stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, the footsteps retreated, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely. I sat there for the rest of the night, knife in hand, staring at the tent zipper, waiting for them to come back. But they didn't. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent slowly, peering out. The forest looked serene, almost mocking in its normalcy. But near the entrance of my tent, the ground was disturbed. Footprints. They were human, unmistakably so. I packed up quickly, every rustle of leaves making me jump. I'd planned to stay 2 nights, but there was no way I was spending another second out there. The hike back to the car was a blur, my head constantly swiveling to check behind me. Every sound felt amplified, every shadow a potential threat. When I finally reached the parking lot and saw my car, relief flooded me. I tossed my gear into the trunk, got in, and locked the doors. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even as the forest thinned and gave way to open roads. I never went back to that campsite. In the weeks that followed, I scoured the internet for news about the area, wondering if anyone else had reported something similar. But there was nothing. No missing persons, no strange sightings, nothing to explain what happened that night. To this day, I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. But the memory of those footsteps, the sound of someone circling my tent in the dead of night, still haunts me. It's a reminder that, no matter how much we try to escape it, the unknown is always out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight. I've always loved camping, especially alone. The quiet woods, the smell of pine trees, the sound of the wind weaving through the branches. It always felt like an escape from the chaos of daily life. But one trip last October made me question everything I thought I loved about the wilderness. I'd chosen a remote spot in the mountains about 3 hours from the nearest town. It wasn't marked on any maps, but I'd heard about it from a friend who said it was perfect. No other campers, plenty of wildlife, and a small lake where you could fish and swim. It sounded like heaven. I packed my gear: tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water for a few days, and a small first aid kit. I'd learned from experience to always be prepared, but I had no idea how unprepared I really was. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. The gravel road wound through dense forest, sunlight flickering through the trees. I parked my truck at the edge of the trail, shouldered my backpack, and started hiking. The trail was faint but manageable, and I felt a surge of excitement as I pushed deeper into the woods. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were my boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional rustle of leaves. After about 2 hours, I reached the lake. It was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. The water was glassy and clear, reflecting the surrounding pines and the blue sky above. I found a flat spot near the shore to set up my tent. By the time I'd finished, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the water. I built a small fire, cooked a simple meal of instant noodles, and sat back to enjoy the solitude. The first night passed peacefully. I'd always found the sounds of the forest at night comforting. The distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the occasional splash of a fish in the lake. It was like nature's lullaby. I slept soundly, waking only briefly when the fire's embers crackled. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. I followed the shoreline, marveling at the untouched beauty around me. I saw deer tracks in the mud and watched a heron take flight from the water. I felt at peace, disconnected from the world and its endless noise. But as I ventured farther from camp, I started to notice something strange. There were no signs of other people, no footprints, no old campfires, nothing to suggest anyone had been here in years. That wasn't unusual for a remote spot like this, but it gave me an odd feeling, like I was trespassing on some untouched land. Around midday, I returned to camp and decided to try fishing. The lake was teeming with fish, and I caught a few within minutes. I cleaned them and cooked them over the fire, savoring the fresh, smoky flavor. As I ate, I felt a sudden chill, even though the sun was still high. The wind had picked up, rippling the surface of the lake and rustling the trees. I told myself it was just the weather and tried to shake off the unease. That night, the forest felt different. The usual sounds were muted, replaced by an eerie stillness. I lay in my tent, listening intently. Every so often, I'd hear something faint, a soft rustle, a distant crack. Probably just animals, I thought. Raccoons or deer moving through the underbrush. But the sounds didn't stop. They grew closer, more deliberate. At one point, I was certain I heard footsteps. Not the light, quick steps of a deer, but heavy, deliberate ones. I sat up, heart pounding, and grabbed my flashlight. Shining it outside the tent, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I stayed awake for hours, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heartbeat. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. Around my campfire, in the soft dirt, were footprints. Human footprints. They were large, much larger than my own, and they circled the fire pit before disappearing into the woods. I stared at them, trying to make sense of it. Had someone been watching me last night? Why hadn't they made themselves known? 1,000 questions raced through my mind, each one more unsettling than the last. I packed my things quickly, deciding to leave a day early. The thought of staying another night made my stomach churn. As I dismantled my tent, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees. But the woods were empty, at least as far as I could tell. The hike back to the truck felt endless. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I kept imagining those footprints, wondering who or what had made them. By the time I reached the trailhead, my nerves were frayed. I practically threw my backpack into the truck and climbed in, locking the doors behind me. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone running down the road behind me. But there was nothing, just the empty forest fading into the distance. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about the trip. I replayed every moment in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. I even considered going back to the lake to look for more clues, but the thought of returning filled me with dread. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there with me. All I know is that it changed the way I see the wilderness. It's no longer just a place of peace and beauty. It's a place where you're truly alone, and sometimes being alone is the scariest thing of all. It was a perfect morning when I decided to head out for a solo hike. The air was crisp, and the sun, just beginning to rise, cast soft light through the trees. I was craving solitude, no one to bother me, no distractions. The kind of peaceful quiet you can only find in nature, far away from the city. The trail I chose was one I'd been on before, a loop that takes you through dense woods and up a steep ridge with views stretching for miles. It wasn't a well-known spot, so I liked that. There would be fewer people, more room to breathe. I parked my car at the trailhead, grabbed my backpack, and set off. The trail started off easy, winding through a stand of pines. The scent of fresh pine needles filled the air, and the crunch of my boots on the dirt path was the only sound I could hear. The farther I walked, the more the sounds of the world seemed to fade. Soon, all that was left was the sound of my breathing and the occasional chirp of a bird. The first part of the hike was smooth, almost serene. The path was clearly marked, and the trees, tall and dense, provided a canopy that kept the sun from hitting the ground too harshly. The temperature was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. I could feel the sweat starting to form on the back of my neck, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Just enough to remind me I was working my body. The trail slowly began to ascend, and I welcomed the challenge. Hiking uphill always felt more rewarding, and I liked the burn in my legs. It was one of those moments when everything felt right, like you were exactly where you were supposed to be. About an hour into the hike, I reached a clearing where I could catch my breath. The ridge was just ahead, but I needed a moment. I found a large rock to sit on, unpacked my water bottle, and took a long drink. As I sat there, I let my eyes wander across the landscape. The valley below was still wrapped in the early morning mist, and the distant hills seemed to float just above the fog. It was beautiful, silent, undisturbed, like a painting. I checked my watch. I had time. I wasn't in a rush. So I stood up, shouldered my pack, and continued on the trail, which was beginning to get steeper. The trail became a bit rougher as I climbed, with rocks jutting out and the earth beneath my feet soft from the recent rain. I slowed my pace, careful not to slip, and reached for the roots of trees to steady myself. It wasn't hard, but it required focus. As I made my way higher, the landscape started to change. The pines were replaced by smaller trees and thick underbrush. The air was cooler now, and the sounds of the forest seemed to grow quieter, the noise of the world below fading away. It was just me and the trail, and I liked it that way. I didn't notice at first, but the trail had started to narrow. The dirt path was now just a small strip between two thick walls of brush. My eyes darted around a bit more now, looking for anything unusual. I'd hiked this path before, but it felt different today. There was a heaviness in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. I paused for a moment, letting the thought pass. I wasn't going to let a weird feeling ruin my day. It was just my mind playing tricks, I told myself. The quiet had a way of doing that to you, made you overly aware of every little sound, every snap of a twig. I took a deep breath, shook it off, and kept walking. The higher I climbed, the more the trail seemed to twist. The path became even steeper, and the trees more gnarled and twisted. I wasn't sure if it was the altitude or just the isolation, but everything felt off. It was the kind of feeling you get when something's out of place, but you can't put your finger on what exactly it is. I tried to focus on my footing. The last thing I needed was to trip or lose my balance. But something in the back of my mind kept pulling my attention elsewhere. I stopped again, this time scanning the surroundings. There was no one else here. I hadn't passed a single person since I started, which was unusual for this trail. It wasn't a busy spot, but there were usually a few others hiking, especially on weekends. I squinted at the trees, trying to make sense of the feeling creeping into my chest. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. I checked my map. I was close to the summit now, just a short distance to go. I told myself to relax, enjoy the view when I got there. That's what I came for, after all, the feeling of being on top of the world. But as I pushed on, the strange sense of being watched only grew stronger. My steps seemed louder now, the sound of my boots on the dirt unnervingly obvious. I looked behind me once, just to make sure, but the trail was empty. It was just me, the trees, and the occasional rustling of leaves. Then something happened. It was subtle at first. A slight shift in the air, a coldness that wasn't there before. I felt it on the back of my neck, like a chill creeping under my skin. And in that moment, I heard something. A branch snapped, far off to my left. My heart skipped. I froze, ears straining for more sound. Nothing. The forest was still again. I told myself it was an animal. It had to be. I was in the wilderness, after all. Deer, maybe, or a bear. But something about the stillness that followed made my skin prickle. I looked around, but there was no sign of movement. The forest was dense, and the trail twisted out of sight quickly. But I could swear that the air felt different, heavier, as if something was closing in. I took a few more steps forward, trying to push the feeling out of my mind, but it wasn't working. It felt like the trees themselves were watching me, like the forest was alive in a way it hadn't been before. The silence seemed unnatural, oppressive. The wind, which had been gentle before, was now barely a whisper, like it was holding its breath too. And then I heard it again, a snap of a branch. This time it was closer, much closer. My heart raced. I looked around, but there was nothing. Just trees, thick brush, and the narrow trail in front of me. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I keep moving? Should I turn back? The thought of turning back felt wrong. I didn't want to go down the mountain alone, not now. But the uneasy feeling, the sense of something lurking, was growing stronger by the second. I took a few more cautious steps forward, glancing behind me every now and then. The sense of being watched wouldn't go away. It was as if the forest was waiting for something, waiting for me to make a move. The trail curved again, and I found myself at a small ledge overlooking a deep ravine. The drop was steep, and the forest below stretched out into the valley. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something about the way the trees crowded the edge of the ravine, as though they were concealing something, or someone. I stood there for a moment, just watching, trying to catch my breath. My mind was racing, but I couldn't find the reason for my unease. It was a simple hike, a beautiful day, but everything felt wrong. Then I heard it, a sound, clear, unmistakable. Footsteps, not far behind me, It was supposed to be just a regular hike. That was what I kept telling myself as I packed my gear the night before. Just another trail, just another day. But I should have known better. Something in the air, something in the silence of the night, felt off. The next morning, I set out early, a cool breeze brushing against my skin as the sun was still low on the horizon. I had picked the trail specifically for its solitude. Not many people hiked there, so I could count on the peace. I didn't expect it to be so eerily quiet, though. The birds were still asleep, and the forest didn't feel alive at all. I parked at the trailhead, grabbed my bag, and set off. The path started with some light climbing through sparse trees, the ground covered in fallen pine needles. The air smelled like damp earth, not unpleasant, just the kind of scent that told you the forest was waking up. As I walked, my boots crunched on the gravel and dirt, my breath steady. I've hiked plenty of times before, so the rhythm came easily. But it didn't take long for something to start bothering me. The silence was unnerving, the kind of silence that gnaws at the edges of your mind, makes your thoughts feel too loud. The forest was supposed to be alive with noise, rustling leaves, chirping birds, the distant call of wildlife. But there was none of that. The only sound was the crunching of my boots on the path. At one point, I stopped to drink from my water bottle, scanning the woods around me, trying to shake the unease that had settled deep in my chest. Nothing moved. The trees stood like quiet sentinels, and even the wind had stopped. I thought about turning back then, but something kept me going. Maybe it was stubbornness, maybe the hope that things would feel normal again soon. So I kept walking deeper into the woods. The first hour passed without incident. Then, as the trail began to wind uphill, I noticed something odd. There was a trail marker I hadn't seen before, one that seemed out of place. It was a faded wooden sign, barely visible through the underbrush, pointing off to the side. I hadn't seen it on the map, nor had any of the reviews mentioned it. Curiosity tugged at me. I was a little tired from the uphill climb, but it seemed harmless enough to check it out. The side path was narrow and barely visible, almost like it had been forgotten by time. I wondered if anyone had used it in years, but there was no going back now, so I pressed on. The path twisted and turned, the trees growing denser. The light filtering through the canopy began to thin as I moved further away from the main trail, and the air seemed cooler, damp even. It was like I was stepping into another world entirely. About 20 minutes into the side path, I noticed a small clearing up ahead, and I felt a strange sense of relief, as though I'd made it to a landmark. As I reached the clearing, I saw something that made my heart race. There was a small, abandoned campsite, a fire pit surrounded by scattered rocks. A few charred logs lay around it. But it wasn't the campsite itself that made me uneasy. It was the objects that had been left behind. Old food wrappers, an empty bottle of whiskey, a pair of hiking boots, the soles worn down to almost nothing. And in the center of it all, something that made my stomach drop. A torn, dirty sleeping bag, half tucked under a large rock. The fabric had clearly been used, but it wasn't the kind of use you'd expect from a regular camper. It looked strange, as though it had been left there in a hurry. I couldn't place why, but I had the strongest feeling I was not alone. My eyes darted around, but there was nothing. No signs of recent life, no footprints. The wind picked up suddenly, and the trees creaked, as if they were trying to warn me. I told myself it was just the wind, just my nerves. I took a deep breath and turned to leave, but before I could, something caught my eye. A small piece of paper, half hidden beneath a stone. It was folded tightly. I bent down to pick it up. The paper was old, yellowed with age, and it smelled faintly of mildew. I opened it carefully, hoping to find a clue as to who had been here. It was a map, but not of the area I was hiking in. The ink was faded, and there were strange marks all over it, scratches, notations, and what looked like warning symbols drawn in a hurried, almost frantic manner. It seemed like someone had been trying to warn whoever would find it. I unfolded it completely, tracing my finger along the edges, and that's when I saw something that made my blood run cold. A red X marked a location, far off from the main trail, and written next to it were words that were difficult to make out. But one part was legible: "Don't go past here." My heart pounded in my chest. I stood there for a moment, frozen, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The chill that had settled in my bones deepened, and I felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and leave the way I came. But something about the note, something about the urgency it conveyed, made me want to push forward. I didn't know what I was hoping to find, perhaps some kind of answer or maybe just closure. But I had already come this far, and the red X on the map seemed like it might lead to something important, something I couldn't ignore. I folded the note carefully and stuffed it into my backpack. I retraced my steps, heading back toward the main trail, my mind racing. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air felt heavier now, the sounds of the forest strangely muted. I couldn't hear any birds or rustling leaves. My footsteps sounded too loud. The moment I stepped back onto the main trail, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate just off to my left. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. There was no one there when I turned, just shadows beneath the trees. But I could feel eyes on me, like I was being watched. My pace quickened as I hurried down the path, my breath growing shallow. Every part of me screamed to get out of the forest, to return to the safety of the car. But just as I reached the point where the trail split, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. At the intersection of the trail, there was a figure, a man standing perfectly still, facing away from me. He was dressed in hiking gear, much like mine, but his presence felt off. There was something unnatural about him. He didn't seem to be moving, and yet, I knew he was watching me. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call out, ask if he needed help, but a voice in the back of my mind told me not to. I turned to the side path to avoid him, my heart hammering in my chest. But just as I did, I heard a rustling sound behind me. The man was following me. I picked up my pace, my feet stumbling on the uneven path. I could hear his footsteps behind me, always just a little too close. I reached the next turn, nearly tripping over a rock, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. The sense of urgency, of danger, pushed me forward, each step feeling like it might be my last. Finally, I saw the trailhead in the distance, the parking lot beyond it. My car was still there, still parked in the same spot. I burst out of the trees and onto the gravel road. I didn't look back. I didn't care who or what was behind me. I reached my car, heart racing, and slammed the door shut. I sat there, hands trembling on the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I been imagining things? I kept thinking about the man, about the strange map, about the warning. But in that moment, as the engine roared to life and I sped away, I realized one thing. I'd made it out. I was safe. And whatever was out there, whatever had been watching me, was still out there, waiting for the next person to wander too far from the main path. The sun had just started to dip behind the jagged peaks of the mountains, casting long shadows across the trail. I had been hiking alone for the past 3 hours, steadily making my way through the dense forest that lined the base of the hills. It was the kind of afternoon where the air is cool, crisp, and filled with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil. I had done this hike many times before, but today something felt off. I had set out early in the morning, eager to conquer a trail I had heard about but never ventured on myself. The path was supposed to be challenging, with steep inclines and rocky passages, but that didn't bother me. I was used to hiking alone. Being out in nature was when I felt most at peace. The rhythmic sound of my boots hitting the dirt, the occasional rustle of the wind in the trees, and the soft chirps of birds in the distance. It all put me in a place of calm. But today was different. I couldn't put my finger on it. The woods felt denser, darker somehow. Every now and then, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was never anyone there, just the trees and the rocks. I stopped for a moment to take a swig from my water bottle, wiping my brow with the back of my hand. Sweat dripped down my neck, the cool breeze offering a little relief from the effort of the climb. I glanced up at the sky. The clouds had started to roll in, thick and gray, blotting out the sun entirely. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, and a sense of unease settled over me. Pushing forward, I continued along the trail, which now narrowed into a single path between thick underbrush. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots was louder now, and the wind was no longer gentle. It howled through the trees like a warning. It was strange, considering I hadn't seen a single sign of wildlife in hours. No squirrels, no birds, not even the occasional rustle of a deer in the distance. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed something odd. A piece of fabric, a torn, faded red cloth, was caught on a branch. At first, I thought it was just trash, but as I drew closer, I noticed it didn't seem right. It looked like it had been there for a while. The cloth was frayed at the edges, like it had been torn from something, and there was dirt and moss clinging to it as if it had been caught in the branches for days. I reached out and gently tugged at it, but it didn't come loose easily. Something about it made me hesitate. My fingers brushed against the rough texture of the fabric, and I couldn't help but feel a shiver crawl up my spine. I let go of it and stepped back, my eyes scanning the trees around me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt like someone or something was watching me. I shrugged it off as my imagination getting the better of me. After all, this was just a trail in the woods. People must hike it all the time, right? I continued on, but the atmosphere felt heavier now. The silence pressed down on me, thick and suffocating. The wind had died down completely, leaving only the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. It felt like the world had gone still, as though the very forest was holding its breath. The trail seemed to go on forever, winding through the trees, the path becoming steeper and rockier. My legs ached with each step, but I pressed on, eager to reach the summit. My goal was simple: to see the view from the top and feel that rush of accomplishment. I needed that release, but the further I went, the more I started to feel disoriented. The path didn't look familiar anymore. I had hiked this trail before, yet the trees seemed to change around me, becoming more twisted, more gnarled. The light was fading quickly, and I knew I needed to make a decision: turn back or push on. I checked my watch. It was almost 6 p.m. I hadn't planned on being out this late, but I felt stubborn. I was so close to the summit, just a little further. As I kept climbing, my sense of direction started to slip. I had always been good at navigating, but now it was as though the trail was playing tricks on me. The trees looked different, the rocks seemed unfamiliar. I reached for my map, but when I pulled it out, I found that I couldn't make sense of it. The markings on it didn't align with what I saw in front of me. The path that should have been straight ahead twisted off to the side, leading into an area I knew I hadn't passed through before. Panic began to creep in, but I refused to let it take over. I had hiked in the woods many times. I knew how to get out. I just needed to calm down and think clearly. I stopped for a moment, closing my eyes and taking deep breaths. My heart was pounding now, and the air felt colder. I was alone, and for the first time, I started to feel the weight of that isolation. The kind of isolation that sinks into your bones, making everything seem more sinister than it really is. I took another look at the map, trying to figure out where I was. That's when I heard it, the snap of a twig in the distance. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone. I glanced around, scanning the trees, but there was no movement, just the wind whispering through the branches. But I couldn't shake the feeling. Someone was out there, watching me. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a squirrel, but the feeling didn't go away. I was being watched. I had to get moving. Turning back, I retraced my steps, hoping to find the trail I'd missed. But the woods now seemed to close in on me, as though the trees were pressing closer, their twisted limbs reaching out to grab me. Every step I took felt heavier, the ground beneath my boots uneven and treacherous. The shadows were long now, and the fading light made everything look distorted, like I was walking through a dream. Then I saw it. Up ahead, barely visible through the underbrush, was a small clearing. It wasn't part of the trail. It was too open, too unnervingly quiet. And in the center of the clearing, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A pair of boots. They were still just sitting there in the middle of the clearing, as if abandoned. They weren't facing me, and there was no sign of the person who had been wearing them. My heart skipped a beat. I stood frozen, my mind racing. Who else could be out here? The only other person I'd seen on the trail was a hiker hours ago. But that was it. I hadn't passed anyone since. I slowly took a few steps toward the clearing, my body tense. I didn't want to get any closer, but I couldn't look away from those boots. I had to know. It didn't make sense. Why would someone leave their boots here, alone in the woods? As I got closer, I saw something else. Something that made my stomach churn. A piece of clothing caught on a branch. It was the same red cloth I had seen earlier. But it wasn't just fabric. It was torn, jagged, like someone had been pulled through the bushes in a hurry. My mind raced. The hairs on my neck prickled, and I took a step back, suddenly desperate to get out of there. Then I heard something. A sound in the distance. A low, guttural growl. I froze. This wasn't an animal. It was something else, something human. The sound came again, closer this time, and my heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a growl at all. It was the sound of someone struggling, gasping for breath. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. My legs pumped furiously, the sound of my breath in my ears drowning out everything else. I had to get off this trail. I had to get back to the parking lot where I knew I'd be safe. I didn't stop running until I reached the familiar markers of the trailhead, the sounds of the forest growing distant behind me. When I finally emerged from the woods, gasping for air and drenched in sweat, I was met with the sight of my car parked in the lot. I didn't hesitate for a second. I jumped into the driver's seat and sped off without a second glance at the woods. The night felt heavy on my shoulders, but I was safe, for now. And as I drove, I couldn't shake the image of those abandoned boots in the clearing. Something had happened out there, and whatever it was far from over. The sun had just begun to dip behind the distant hills as I set out on my hike. I'd been planning this for weeks, picking the perfect trail. It wasn't too popular, but it wasn't entirely isolated either. Just the kind of place to lose yourself in nature without running into a crowd. The morning had been bright, the air fresh, but now, as I strapped my pack tighter and adjusted my boots, a slight chill had settled over the landscape. I glanced around at the woods that seemed so welcoming. The trail was narrow, winding, and covered in a layer of damp fallen leaves. I liked that feeling, the quiet rustling of the forest, the fresh smell of earth, and the sound of distant birds. It all felt like the perfect escape from the chaos of daily life. With a deep breath, I began walking. The first hour went by without incident, and I found myself enjoying the solitude. The trees on either side of the path were thick with moss, their trunks gnarled and twisted, like they had stories to tell. I found myself distracted by the forest's beauty, how the sunlight filtered through the canopy in soft rays, making the leaves shimmer. I had forgotten how calming it was to be out here, away from the noise of the city. But then something happened. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed a piece of torn fabric caught on a branch. I stopped, leaning closer to examine it. It wasn't much, just a small scrap of dark green material. It looked old, the edges frayed as if it had been there for a while. I pulled my pack a little tighter, suddenly aware of the creeping sensation down my spine. There was nothing to suggest anything unusual, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone else had been through here recently. I shrugged it off. I was overthinking it. The trail had seen plenty of hikers, and it wasn't as if I was alone. There were other people who had hiked it before me, right? But the further I walked, the less sure I felt. The trail seemed to grow quieter, as though the forest itself had gone still. The wind stopped, the birds stopped chirping. All I could hear now was the crunch of my boots against the ground. It had only been a couple of hours, but the daylight was fading faster than I expected. The dense canopy above blocked out most of the twilight, leaving the path dim and shadowed. I checked my watch. Maybe I should turn back, but the thought of retracing my steps didn't sit well with me. I'd come this far and I wasn't going to cut it short. The trail began to narrow further, the trees pressing in on both sides. I could see where the path had been washed out in places, with thick roots emerging from the earth like veins in the ground. I tried to step lightly, careful not to trip. The quiet was unsettling now, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the faint squeak of distant branches. Just as I was about to dismiss the eerie sensation creeping up on me, I saw something ahead. It was a small clearing, just big enough to allow a view of the horizon through the trees. I walked into it cautiously, drawn by the strange pull of the open space. The ground here was covered in soft moss, and the air felt slightly warmer, as though the sun still clung to this spot despite the setting of the day. And then I saw it. A small wooden cabin stood in the distance, half hidden by overgrown shrubs and vines. It was so out of place. No other structures had been mentioned on the map, and I certainly hadn't read about any cabins in the area. I didn't even know if it was abandoned or still in use, but there it was, old and worn, with peeling paint and windows that looked as though they hadn't been touched in years. I felt an involuntary shiver crawl up my spine. My first instinct was to turn around, to head back the way I came. Something about that cabin felt wrong, but curiosity won out. Maybe it was just my imagination. I walked closer, every step slow, deliberate, as if I were about to disturb something sacred. The closer I got, the more I noticed details I hadn't seen at first. There were small hand-carved symbols etched into the wood, faint and faded by time, as though they'd been scratched into the surface long ago. A sudden breeze blew through the trees, and I thought I heard something, a whisper. But when I stopped to listen, all I heard was the rustling of leaves. I reached the cabin and peered through one of the dirty windows. The inside was dark, the light barely enough to reveal shadows. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Furniture covered in dust, and what appeared to be a stack of old newspapers lying in a corner. I considered going inside. Maybe I'd find something interesting, maybe just a strange relic of someone's past. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. I stood there for a moment, staring at the cabin, unsure of what to do next. The sinking sun cast long shadows across the ground, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. I looked around, and for the first time I realized how quiet the world had become. The forest was holding its breath. A crackling noise broke the silence, sharp and sudden. My heart skipped a beat. I turned quickly, but saw nothing. It was only the wind moving a branch, or perhaps some small animal scurrying in the underbrush. But in that moment, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled into my chest. I decided it was time to go. The last thing I wanted was to be caught in the dark in a place that felt so off. I made my way back along the trail, keeping my pace steady. But as I walked, I couldn't help but feel as though I was being followed. Not by a person, but by something far less tangible. The air seemed heavier now, oppressive even. I quickened my pace, my footsteps becoming louder in the quiet of the forest. The feeling of being watched never left me. The trees seemed closer, the shadows deeper. I tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to me like a second skin. When I finally reached the point where the trail forked, I let out a sigh of relief. The main path was just ahead, and I was close enough to the end that I could see the distant clearing where I had started earlier. The sun was nearly gone now, but there was enough light left to guide me. But then, as I stepped toward the familiar path, something made me stop. Something wasn't right. I looked around, my eyes darting over the trees, and that's when I saw it. The cabin. It was no longer in the distance. It was there right in front of me, just off the trail, hidden by trees. How had it moved? How could it be there now? I stood frozen, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. The logical part of me screamed that it couldn't be real. But the cabin was there, unmistakable in its decrepitude. I could see the faded paint and the carved symbols once again. And the feeling of being watched? It was stronger now. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't move. I stared at the cabin as if it were some sort of puzzle that needed solving, but it only deepened my sense of dread. And then it hit me. I was lost, completely and utterly lost. The trail I had been following was no longer there. The trees had closed in around me in ways they hadn't before, and the path I had walked on so confidently was gone. I had no idea how I had ended up back here at the cabin. My throat tightened, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. My phone had no signal, and I had no way to call for help. The weight of the situation hit me all at once. I had to think clearly. Slowly, I turned around. My only choice was to go back the way I had come. I walked away from the cabin, trying to steady my breathing, but I didn't look back again. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the point where the trail forked again. This time, there was no cabin. There was no lingering presence, no whispers in the trees, just the familiar path that led me back to the clearing. I was shaken but relieved. I had made it out. The hike was over, and I could see the distant parking lot where my car was parked. As I walked back, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, that something in the forest had changed me. I may have been alone, but I knew I would never feel alone again. The woods had a way of creeping into your soul, even when you didn't see it coming. The trail may have been over, but the sense of unease lingered long after I left the forest behind. I couldn't explain it, but I didn't need to. The woods had a way of getting into your mind, and once it did, it never truly let go. The sun was already starting to dip behind the mountains as I began my hike. I had been planning this for weeks, wanting to escape the city for a few days and find some peace in the wilderness. Just me, the forest, and the fresh air. It was supposed to be an easy trail, nothing too demanding. I had read up on it, checked all the maps, and packed light. The weather was supposed to be clear, the trail manageable, and the whole experience just a relaxing getaway. I didn't know then how quickly it would go from peaceful to something else entirely. The path was well maintained, wide enough to make the journey comfortable. The trees around me were tall, thick, their branches casting long shadows as the sun sank lower. Birds flitted in and out of sight, the occasional rustling of leaves making me feel like I was in a living, breathing world, far from the noise and stress of everyday life. I moved with an easy pace, taking in the sights, the soft crunch of my boots on the gravel path, the sound of distant water trickling somewhere far below, and the scent of pine and earth. I felt alive in a way that only nature could make me feel. but there was something in the air that I couldn't shake. A quiet unease, like a thin thread of tension weaving through the calm. Maybe it was just my imagination, nothing more than the wind or the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. But there were moments when the rustling stopped suddenly, when the forest seemed to go completely still, as though it was holding its breath. As the trail narrowed and the trees thickened, I noticed the trail markers were becoming more spaced out. It was subtle at first, but then it became impossible to ignore. The trees were beginning to look more alike, each one an identical sentinel, tall and looming, their trunks rough and knotted. And the further I went, the harder it was to tell where I was. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But it was hard not to notice how the shadows were stretching longer, how the air had grown cooler. The sun was almost gone now, only a faint light clinging to the horizon. My phone had no signal out here, so I couldn't rely on it for navigation. I looked around, trying to find the next marker, but I couldn't spot anything. My heart began to beat a little faster. I stopped for a moment, trying to regain my composure. I had read that getting lost on this trail wasn't unheard of. People had made it out just fine, so I wasn't too worried. I turned around, expecting to see the familiar markers of the trail I had just walked, but the path behind me looked different. It wasn't just the angle or the shadows. There was something distinctly wrong about it. The trees seemed to have shifted, blocking my view of the trail I had just come from. I couldn't even remember which direction I had taken. A few moments passed before I realized how much I was starting to panic. I tried to calm myself down, taking deep breaths. I had hiked alone before. I'd always been careful to stay on the path. There was no need to freak out, but my mind wasn't cooperating. I felt trapped in the woods, surrounded by these towering trees that didn't seem to know where I was supposed to go. I retraced my steps as best I could, but the more I looked, the more the trail seemed to have disappeared. The underbrush was thicker now, the ground uneven. Every step felt like it was pulling me further away from the world I knew. I should have turned back earlier. The light was almost gone when I finally gave in to the fact that I was lost. I tried to find the trail again, scanning for any sign, but nothing stood out. I hadn't seen another soul since I started, and now I was alone in a place that was starting to feel hostile. The weight of the silence pressed in on me. The sky was getting darker, and the forest felt deeper and more foreign by the minute. I had no choice but to find shelter. I couldn't risk walking in the dark, and I wasn't about to spend the night on the forest floor with nothing but my jacket and a backpack full of snacks. My mind raced, trying to think of the best course of action. I thought about turning back again, but I wasn't sure where the trail was anymore. So I picked a direction, any direction, and walked. The woods felt different now. The trees weren't just tall and silent anymore. They were oppressive, looming over me like silent watchers. The wind had picked up, whipping through the leaves in a way that sounded unnatural, almost as though it was trying to get my attention. The rustling wasn't just the wind anymore. It was more like something moving through the trees, shifting just out of sight. I glanced around quickly, but saw nothing. Still, the sense that I wasn't alone gnawed at me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I half expected to see someone there, but there was no one. The forest had grown colder, and my breath was visible in the dimming light. My pace quickened, my boots crunching against the frozen earth now. I could feel the panic creeping back into my chest, and I tried to force it down. It was irrational. I was just in the woods, a bit off track, but I could find my way. Still, my mind wasn't hearing any of it. I had to get out of there. The trail markers were gone, but something else appeared. It was subtle, something that could have been easily overlooked if I wasn't looking so desperately for any sign of direction. There was a faint indentation in the earth, a path that hadn't been there before, just off to the side. Without much thought, I followed it, moving as quickly as I dared. The ground grew softer, the trees thinning out, and I began to feel that maybe I was on the right path after all. And then, as if in answer to my silent pleas, I saw the first glimpse of light. It wasn't much at first. A small break in the canopy above, just enough for the last sliver of the sun to break through and light up the dirt trail ahead. The forest felt a little less dense now, the air fresher. My pace slowed, the anxiety in my chest loosening with every step. I followed the new path, each step seeming more confident than the last, until I finally reached the clearing. I stumbled out of the woods and into a wide, open space. There, just ahead, was a cabin. It was small, weathered but sturdy looking, nestled at the edge of a steep hill. There was a faint light glowing from the window, a warm, inviting sight in the growing dark. I was shaken, exhausted, but the sense of relief flooded through me. I didn't care how far I had wandered, or how lost I had been. I had found my way back. I made my way toward the cabin, knocking hesitantly on the door. An older man answered, his face full of surprise but softened by a kindness that made me feel welcome. He must have seen the panic in my eyes, because without hesitation, he let me inside, offering me hot tea and a place to rest. It turned out this cabin had been his for years, tucked away from the main trail, only accessible by small, forgotten paths like the one I had stumbled upon. He spoke about the woods like a familiar friend, one that had seen many travelers like me get turned around. He offered some advice on how to better navigate the trails for next time, and after a long night of rest, I left the cabin at dawn, following the trail markers carefully and steadily until I finally emerged back onto the main path. It wasn't the peaceful getaway I had planned, but it was a reminder that sometimes the wilderness, with all its beauty and serenity, could turn on you in the blink of an eye. I left that mountain with a new respect for its power and the quiet wisdom that comes from knowing just how easy it is to lose yourself, and just how important it is to find your way back. The air had a strange, still quality as I stepped off the gravel trail and into the dense woods. It was late autumn, the trees bare and hunched like forgotten statues. The air smelled earthy, wet, like the ground was soaking in everything it could before winter arrived. I had been on a lot of hikes, but there was something different about this one. It wasn't that I was unprepared. I had my gear, a map, and a compass, but the isolation of the forest had a way of making me feel small, insignificant, like I didn't quite belong here. The trail I was following was a small, unmarked path that branched off from a well-trodden route near the outskirts of the park. The idea of exploring something untouched, something that few people ever bothered to see, was part of the draw for me. I liked the quiet, the challenge of being out in nature alone. But as the sun started to dip lower, the forest seemed to close in on me, and the easy rhythm of my footsteps became harder to keep. I checked my phone. No signal. It wasn't unusual, but it made me feel just a little more vulnerable. That feeling of being disconnected from the world outside was like a weight on my chest. I pushed it aside, focusing on my pace. The path ahead was narrowing, becoming less defined as I pushed deeper into the woods. The ground underfoot was soft and slick with fallen leaves. It was quiet, too quiet. There was no bird song, no rustling in the trees, only the faint sound of wind brushing through the branches high above me. The deeper I walked, the less I felt connected to the world I knew. It was as if the forest was slowly swallowing me whole, and the trail, which had been so clear at the beginning, was now barely a suggestion of a path. Hours passed, and the sunlight began to fade, leaving only a dim twilight filtering through the canopy. I pulled out my flashlight from my backpack and clicked it on. Its beam cut through the gloom, revealing the trunks of gnarled trees, their branches twisted into strange shapes, like ancient hands reaching toward the sky. I hadn't intended to hike this long. The plan had been a short afternoon hike, a few miles at most, and then back to the car before dark. But the longer I walked, the more the forest seemed to keep me there. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn deeper into its heart. Something about it was off, like the land was telling me I didn't belong. I paused to check my map, but it didn't help. The unmarked path wasn't on it. I had made a wrong turn somewhere, but I couldn't tell where. Panic started to bubble in my chest. I was too far in to turn back now, and besides, the thought of retracing my steps into the unknown felt worse than just continuing forward. The breeze picked up, rustling the leaves in the trees, and I shivered despite myself. The woods, which had felt peaceful at first, now felt cold, oppressive. The kind of cold that didn't just chill your skin, but seeped into your bones. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, trying to ignore the growing unease gnawing at my gut. I rounded a bend in the trail and froze. There was something in the distance, a shadow. At first, I thought it was just the way the light was playing through the trees, but then I saw it again, moving. I squinted into the darkness. It was too large to be an animal and too oddly shaped to be a person. The more I stared, the more it seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure if it was real or if I was imagining it. I told myself it was probably just my nerves. After all, I had been out here for hours, and the isolation was starting to get to me. But then it happened again, closer this time. I didn't wait to see if it would appear once more. Without thinking, I turned and ran. The forest closed in around me. The trail was now a vague outline beneath my feet, and I had no sense of direction anymore. The flashlight bounced wildly as I sprinted, trying to find something, anything, that would tell me I was still on the right path. My breath came in shallow bursts, the panic seizing my chest. I couldn't tell if I was hearing footsteps behind me or if it was just my own heart pounding in my ears. My legs felt heavy, my mind racing through thoughts of how I had gotten here. I was getting lost, I knew that much, but I couldn't stop, not now. And then it happened. My foot caught on a root and I went crashing to the ground. The air rushed out of my lungs as I landed hard on the dirt, scraping my palms. For a moment, all I could hear was the ringing silence in my ears and the rapid beating of my heart. I rolled onto my back, gasping for air, trying to make sense of what was happening. My flashlight had rolled a few feet away, its beam still flickering across the forest floor, casting strange shadows on the trees. I looked around, but all I could see was the dark and the eerie stillness. Then I heard it, a rustling, not the usual whine through the trees, but something else, movement, deliberate. I wasn't alone. I scrambled to my feet, my body trembling. The rustling grew louder, closer, and then there was a sound, a low, guttural noise that made my skin crawl. It wasn't human, but it wasn't animal either. It was something else, something wrong. My mind raced as I scanned the trees, desperate for any sign of a way out. But there was nothing, only shadows and the oppressive dark. I had no choice but to keep moving, to push myself forward, to trust my instincts. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Don't panic, I told myself. Just find the trail. Find the way back. And then, as if the forest itself decided to give me a break, I saw something up ahead, light. Faint glow, distant but real. I squinted, trying to focus, and realized it was the moon, rising above the trees. The path ahead was clearer now, the light giving me just enough to see. I pushed myself toward it, running again, my legs burning with exhaustion. It felt like an eternity before I finally stumbled onto a wider trail. A real trail, a familiar one. I didn't hesitate. I ran harder, faster, until I emerged from the woods, gasping for air. I was back on the main trail, the one that led to the parking lot. The darkness still hung heavy in the air, but now I was able to see it for what it was. Just night. The trees were no longer looming, and the eerie feelings slowly dissipated as I walked toward the clearing. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was shaking uncontrollably, but I was safe. I stood by my car for a few moments, just breathing, trying to calm my racing heart. It had been stupid, I knew that. I had been reckless, venturing into an unknown path, letting my curiosity lead me too far. I got in the car, locked the doors, and started the engine, the familiar hum of the car's motor grounding me back to reality. But as I pulled out of the lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of the woods. And as I drove away, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd really escaped it at all. I've always loved hiking. It's a simple thing, really, just walking in nature, listening to the sounds of the wind through the trees and the rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath your boots. I've hiked in many places before, across well-known trails, up through mountains, and into quiet forests. But this time was different. This time I had chosen a trail I didn't know much about. And looking back, I wonder if I should have stayed home. I'd come across a flyer for the trail at a small outdoor shop in the last town before the wilderness began. It wasn't particularly popular, the trail that is. Most people didn't talk about it, not even the locals. That should have been a red flag, but I was too eager to get away from everything. I was worn out from work, from the noise of the city, and just needed something to clear my head. The idea of being alone in the woods, far from anyone, felt right. The flyer said it was a 2-day trek, easy to moderate difficulty, and had some decent views of nearby cliffs and valleys. Promised quiet solitude, which sounded like exactly what I needed. The map on the back looked straightforward enough, just a path that twisted through the trees, up over some hills, and down into a quiet hollow near a creek. Couldn't resist. I packed my gear, tent, sleeping bag, a couple of days worth of food, water, and some first aid supplies. The usual stuff. It was about mid-morning when I hit the trailhead. The sun was still high in the sky, and the air was cool with a slight breeze, just enough to remind me that autumn was coming. The first few hours were peaceful. The trail was easy to follow, winding through thick woods with the occasional clearing that let in beams of sunlight. Birds chirped in the trees, and every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of a squirrel darting from one tree to the next. I kept walking, taking in the quiet around me. My mind cleared with each step. But by late afternoon, something started to feel off. It wasn't the kind of off that made me panic. It was subtler. The sounds of the forest seemed to change. The birds had stopped singing, and the wind through the trees sounded heavier, like it was struggling to move through something dense. I paused and looked around, but I couldn't see anything out of place. Nothing was wrong, not exactly, but I could sense the shift in the atmosphere. I shook it off. It wasn't the first time I'd felt uneasy in the woods. Sometimes it was just the isolation playing tricks on the mind. The trail began to narrow as the trees grew thicker, their branches reaching over the path like skeletal arms. It felt darker, though the sun hadn't dipped below the horizon yet. The air grew colder, and the quiet seemed to deepen, wrapping around me like a thick blanket. I hadn't passed another soul since I started. Around an hour before sunset, I reached a fork in the trail. The map didn't give much of an indication of which way was which, but it seemed like either path would lead me to the campsite. I took the right-hand path, the one that veered downhill, as it seemed the most direct. I was starting to feel the weight of the day's hike in my legs, and my stomach was reminding me that it was time to set up camp soon. The trail seemed to stretch longer than it should have, and as the sun began to sink lower, I started to pick up the pace. I had to get to that campsite before dark, or I'd be in trouble. It was getting darker by the minute, and my footsteps grew louder as I moved faster. The trees around me were becoming so dense that they blocked out much of the remaining light, leaving the forest floor covered in shadows. A strange feeling crept up my spine. I should have been near the campsite by now. I pulled out my map and checked it again, but the path on it didn't seem to match what I was seeing around me. I stopped in my tracks. The feeling of unease intensified, and I felt a cold knot of dread settle in my stomach. The trees were too close now, the underbrush too thick. It was as if the forest was swallowing me whole. I tried to push the feeling away and told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. I needed to focus. I needed to find the campsite. But the more I looked around, the more I realized that I hadn't seen a single trail marker since I turned onto this path. There were no signs of other hikers, no boot prints, no signs of worn soil. Just the sharp, unnerving quiet of the forest. I turned in circles, trying to spot something familiar, but nothing looked right. I pulled out my phone. There was no signal, of course. I wasn't expecting any, but it was a small comfort to know I could at least take a photo or call for help if needed. That's when I noticed something strange. My phone's battery was draining faster than it should have been, even though I hadn't been using it. Panic started to creep in. I shoved the phone back into my bag and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The sun was almost gone, and I needed to make a decision. I could either keep pressing on, hoping the campsite was just around the corner, or I could turn back and find the fork in the trail. The thought of retracing my steps didn't appeal to me, but I knew it was my best option. I turned around and began walking back the way I had come, trying to keep my pace steady. The air had grown colder, and a heavy fog began to rise from the forest floor, obscuring my view. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the distance, shadows darting behind trees, but when I stopped to look, nothing was there. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs aching, my mind growing more and more disoriented. The fog had thickened, and the trail seemed to stretch on endlessly. I stopped to rest for a moment, kneeling on a large rock. My breath was coming in quick gasps now, my heart racing. I needed to get out of here. I needed to find my way back to the trailhead, but I had no idea which way to go. That's when I heard it, a rustling. It wasn't far off, and it was too rhythmic to be the wind or an animal. Someone or something was moving through the trees. My heart skipped a beat. I held my breath, listening. The rustling stopped, but then I heard something else. A soft, almost inaudible sound, like footsteps, slow and deliberate. I stood up, my legs trembling, and began to move, as quietly as I could, off the trail and into the underbrush. My instincts were screaming at me to get out of there, to run, but I didn't know which direction to go. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Whoever or whatever it was getting closer. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving through the thick forest, my thoughts racing. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel someone, following me. I don't know how long I walked like that, my mind foggy with fear, but eventually, I came upon a small clearing. In the distance, I saw a faint light. I moved toward it as quickly as I could. It wasn't much, just a faint glow, but it was enough to pull me forward. As I got closer, I realized it was the campsite I had been searching for earlier. A small fire burned in the center, its light flickering in the dark. I stumbled into the clearing, my breath ragged. The feeling of being followed had faded, but I still couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. But when I saw the campsite, I knew I was safe. I had made it. The campsite was untouched, and there was no sign of anyone else. I set up my tent quickly, hands shaking as I worked. Once inside, I zipped the flap closed and sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the night. The forest had quieted down again, and the tension in my body slowly began to ease. The next morning, I packed up quickly and hiked out of there as fast as I could. The fog had lifted, and the sun had come back out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. I didn't tell anyone about what had happened, not because I didn't believe it, but because I wasn't sure if anyone would understand. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car waiting for me, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had made it. I'd escaped whatever it was in those woods. But I still wonder, every time I go hiking now, what would have happened if I had gone a little farther down that path or stayed just a little longer in the clearing. Maybe some things are better left unexplored. The morning was cool, and the sky was a dull gray as I laced up my hiking boots, ready for the trail. I had been planning this trip for weeks, eager to escape the routine of daily life and lose myself in nature for a day. The mountains weren't too far away from my small town, and I'd hiked in these woods before, though never on the more challenging paths. This time, I was setting out alone, drawn to the idea of solitude. I had checked the weather report the night before. It seemed perfect. No storms, no heat wave, just a quiet day for a walk in the woods. My pack was light, just some water, snacks, and a few extra layers in case the weather changed. I made sure I had a fully charged phone, though I didn't expect to need it. It was only a few hours hike after all. I locked the car and began walking toward the trailhead. The path started off easy enough, just a well-trodden dirt trail lined with pine trees. I could hear the crunch of the earth under my boots, the distant call of birds, and the faint rustling of the wind in the branches. The smell of damp earth filled the air, mixing with the fresh scent of pine needles. There was something calming about it, something familiar. I thought it would be a simple, quiet day, but I should have known better. As I walked deeper into the forest, the trail began to narrow. The trees around me grew thicker, the underbrush more dense. I passed a few small streams and stepped over a few fallen logs. I noticed how much the area had changed since my last visit. The trees were older now, their trunks thick with age, and some had fallen, rotting quietly in the damp soil. The sound of birds had diminished, and the air felt heavier, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off at first. Sometimes it's just quiet out here. The trail wound through a narrow ravine, and I could hear the distant murmur of a creek far below. The sun had started to fade behind the thick canopy, casting everything in a strange, dim light. It was almost as if the forest was slowly swallowing the warmth of the day. I kept walking, unaware that the trail had begun to diverge. I hadn't seen a marker for a while, but I assumed the path would eventually loop back. My watch told me I had been walking for about an hour, so I wasn't far from the halfway point. Still, the feeling in the air was changing. The forest had turned unusually quiet. No wind, no rustling leaves, nothing. And then, I noticed the first sign. At first, it was just a glimpse, something unusual on the path, almost out of place. I stopped in my tracks. A small object, half buried in the dirt, looked like a backpack strap. Curious, I knelt down to get a better look. The strap was frayed, its color faded by time. It seemed like an old piece of equipment, but I couldn't imagine why it would be here, far from the main trail. I pulled it out of the ground, and the dirt shifted around it. It was a hiking bag, but it was half buried, like it had been left here hastily, without any thought. No one had been here for a while. I glanced around, a small knot of unease forming in my stomach. There was no sign of anyone, no other footprints in the dirt, no signs of recent activity. I felt an odd chill, even though the air was still warm. I pushed the feeling aside. Maybe someone had just left their gear behind or gotten lost. I left the bag where it was, still feeling uneasy but not wanting to jump to conclusions. It wasn't my problem. The trail called me onward, so I kept walking. As the hours passed, the forest grew denser. The trees were so thick now that only slivers of light managed to peek through the gaps in the canopy. The trail had become a series of twisting switchbacks, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, unsure of whether I was going the right way. My GPS was acting up, the signal weak. The once familiar sound of nature seemed muted, and I started to feel the creeping sense that I was no longer alone. It wasn't just the silence. It was the way the air seemed to press in around me, how the trees appeared to bend inward, forming walls that made the forest feel more like a maze. The feeling wasn't something I could explain, but it gnawed at me. I quickened my pace, trying to shake it off, but every step felt heavier. Like the ground itself was pulling me down. I stopped at a clearing to take a breather and drank some water, trying to steady my nerves. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, and the light was fading quickly. I didn't want to be out here after dark, so I figured I'd start heading back soon. But just as I started to stand up, I heard something. At first, it was faint, a twig snapping in the distance. It was impossible to tell where it came from, but I was certain I wasn't alone. I strained my ears, listening for more sounds, but the forest was still, as if it had swallowed the noise completely. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something harmless, but the unsettling sensation didn't fade. Instead, it grew stronger. I packed up my things, deciding it was time to head back, but the trail had changed again. What had once been a clearly defined path now felt overgrown and uncertain. The faint trail markers I had been following were gone, and I found myself walking in circles. The sunlight was almost gone, and my phone had no service, no map to guide me. Panic started to rise in my chest. For hours I walked, hoping I would stumble across something familiar, but the forest stretched on, endless and silent. My feet ached, my throat was dry, and the creeping anxiety turned into something more real, genuine fear. I had lost my way. The thought sank in, heavy and suffocating. It wasn't just the thought of being lost. It was the overwhelming feeling that something was watching me. Every crack of a branch, every shift of the wind through the trees made my heart race. My breath was shallow, and my eyes darted constantly around me. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone, or something, was out there. Hours passed. The sky darkened. I had no idea what time it was anymore. My headlamp provided little comfort against the overwhelming darkness. I didn't know where I was anymore, and I didn't know how to get back. It was at that point that I heard the sound again, the faint snap of twigs underfoot. I froze. This time, it wasn't the wind or the rustle of animals. It was too deliberate, too human. Someone else was out there, moving through the dark, but I couldn't see them. I tried to call out, but my voice sounded thin and weak in the vast emptiness of the woods. The snap of branches grew louder, closer. My heart hammered in my chest, and I gripped the edge of my backpack, trying to steady myself. I had to make a decision. Should I keep moving or wait for whatever was out there to show itself? With no better options, I decided to move. Every step felt like a challenge. The weight of the fear in my chest made my legs heavy, but I pressed on, determined to find my way out. Then, just as I thought I might break down, the path before me opened into a small, familiar clearing. And there it was, the trailhead. Couldn't believe it. I wasn't lost anymore. The parking lot was just a few hundred yards ahead. My car was in sight. The trail had led me in a circle, but somehow I had made it back. My legs were shaking, my heart was still racing, but I was out of the woods. I didn't stop to look back. I just kept walking toward the car, eager to be away from the oppressive quiet of the forest. Once I was safely inside, I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I was shaken, but I had made it out. I drove home in silence, my mind racing, trying to piece together everything that had happened. The odd feeling in the forest, the strange sense of being watched, the backpack I had found. It all still bothered me, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized something. Sometimes, fear is a product of our own mind. The forest was just a forest, and I was just a hiker who had lost my way. The next day, I returned to the trailhead, hoping to shake the unease that still lingered. I wanted to be sure there was nothing strange out there. But when I arrived, I found something unexpected. The trail was as quiet as I had remembered it, and there was no sign of the backpack or anything unusual. I let out a long, steady breath and walked down the path once more, this time with the knowledge that fear can make everything feel more dangerous than it really is. And though the woods would always hold a certain mystery, I was no longer afraid of them. I was just a person walking through nature, and in the end, that was enough. I had been hiking solo for a while now, just me, my backpack, and the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt trail. It was the kind of hike I had done countless times before, a routine I had gotten used to, but something felt different today. Maybe it was the weather, heavier than usual, the clouds hanging low in the sky, casting shadows that seemed to follow me. Or maybe it was just the kind of day when my instincts started kicking in, telling me to pay attention. The trail wasn't difficult. A few miles into the woods, it opened up into an old, overgrown path, one I had only taken once or twice before. The trees around me had grown tall and thick, their trunks knotted with vines and moss, their branches so heavy with leaves they almost seemed to block out the sun entirely. The air smelled of earth, damp from a recent rain, and the wind rustled the leaves softly, but not much more. It was quiet, too quiet. I checked my watch. The time read just past 3 p.m. Plenty of daylight left, but the clouds were closing in fast, and I could feel the temperature starting to drop. I had already decided to push through the trail to the end, something I hadn't done on previous hikes. It was a little out of the way, but I knew the general direction of the end. I wasn't worried about getting lost. As I kept walking, the path seemed to narrow. More rocks, roots, and overgrown brush made the way a bit trickier, but nothing I couldn't handle. I liked the challenge. There was something about it. The feeling of being out there, completely alone, surrounded by nature, calmed me, but today it didn't. The silence began to settle in deeper. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt oppressive, like something was watching me. It was probably just my mind playing tricks, but the sensation wouldn't go away. Every time I stopped to take a break, I felt the weight of the forest bearing down on me. The trees were too close now, their branches reaching out almost like fingers, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every few minutes. I figured I was being paranoid. I'd been hiking alone for years and never had a problem, but today felt off. I pushed forward, forcing myself to ignore the nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The path began to ascend slightly, taking me higher into the forest. The ground was getting rockier, and the trail was now winding through thicker trees, creating an almost tunnel-like effect as the path seemed to close in. I stopped for a quick breath, looking around. The trees here were older, their bark rough and twisted, their roots exposed like veins creeping out of the earth. I hadn't noticed before, but there was an odd sound in the air, an almost rhythmic thud, as if something large was moving through the woods, just out of sight. It stopped as quickly as it started. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something, but still that uneasy feeling crept back. I decided to keep going, knowing that I could either be paranoid or take the risk of cutting my hike short and feeling like I'd missed something. So I pushed on. The trail began to widen again, and I could see the trees start to break up ahead. It felt like I was nearing some sort of clearing. The sunlight broke through the clouds just a little, casting a faint glow on the ground, and the air seemed to open up. There was something welcoming about it, but at the same time, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. As I neared the edge of the clearing, I stopped. Something was off. The ground wasn't as soft here, it was harder, almost like stone. I took a step forward and paused. There were marks in the dirt, fresh and deep, like something had dragged through it. The patterns weren't random, there was a methodical nature to them. My heart rate quickened, but I pushed the thought aside. It wasn't unusual for animals to leave tracks, probably just some wildlife. But then I saw it. In the middle of the clearing, lying half hidden under a pile of leaves, was a large, rusted metal object. It looked out of place. It was half buried, but the edges were jagged and sharp. A piece of old machinery, maybe? A forgotten relic? I couldn't make out much of its shape yet, but the sight of it sent a chill through me. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up again. I stepped closer, my curiosity overpowering any sense of caution. The closer I got, the more I realized that it wasn't just any piece of discarded junk. There were signs of something on it, something I couldn't quite place at first, but it felt wrong. There were markings, but not from any animals I could recognize. Not scratches or gnaw marks, more like deliberate cuts, harsh lines, too precise for a natural cause. I knelt down, inspecting it closer. My hand hovered above the dirt, hesitant, but I couldn't stop myself. The desire to know was stronger than the feeling of dread. As my fingers brushed the edge of the object, I recoiled. It was cold, even though the air around me was growing warmer. I looked closer, and that's when I saw it. A handprint, a large, smeared handprint, right on the side of the rusted metal. My stomach twisted. The print was too big to be mine, and it was fresh. The dirt around it wasn't disturbed. It wasn't an animal's print either. No, this was something else. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I slowly backed away, my instincts screaming at me to turn around and leave, but I couldn't. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the object. The handprint burned into my mind. I turned in a slow circle, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling with every movement in the woods. The air felt thick, heavy. The sound of rustling behind me stopped me in my tracks. I whipped around, heart pounding. Nothing, just trees. My breath came out in shallow gasps. I had to keep going. I turned back toward the path, but the moment my feet hit the dirt, I heard something. A snap, like a twig breaking, followed by the soft, quick padding of footsteps on the ground. I wasn't alone. I knew it. My breath hitched in my chest, and I began to walk faster. Then it was running. The footsteps behind me were too close now, too fast. I pushed my legs harder, moving through the brush, weaving through the trees, the crunching of dry leaves and branches snapping beneath my feet. The sound of footsteps was gaining, getting louder. Whoever or whatever was following me was close. So close. I could feel the adrenaline surge through my body, my mind screaming for me to get away, to make it to the trailhead where I could finally find safety. But the path was twisting, turning, and the more I ran, the further the trail seemed to stretch out before me. I wasn't sure where the trail ended anymore. I wasn't sure I even knew where I was. I risked a glance behind me. No one was there. I was alone again, but the feeling of being watched, being hunted, didn't go away. It stayed with me, settled deep into my bones, growing stronger with every step. Finally, after what felt like hours of running through the woods, I broke through the trees into the clearing where the trailhead should have been. My legs were burning, and I was gasping for air, but the sight of the open space filled me with a sense of relief. I was out. I was safe. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, my hands on my knees. The trees seemed to be closing in behind me, and the air was thick with that same oppressive silence. I looked around, trying to get my bearings, but the forest seemed wrong, not as welcoming as it had been earlier. That's when I saw it, a figure standing in the distance at the edge of the trees. Not far, but just enough to make me freeze. It was someone, a person, watching me from the shadows, but I couldn't make out their face. I couldn't see their eyes. The figure stood still, unmoving, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't wait. I turned and ran as fast as I could, ignoring the pain in my legs, ignoring the way my heart felt like it might burst from my chest. This time, I didn't stop. I didn't even look back. I made it to the main road, where I flagged down a passing car. The driver didn't ask questions. but I could tell they saw the fear in my eyes. I didn't sleep that night, and I haven't gone back to those woods since. Maybe it was my imagination, maybe it was nothing, but I know what I felt, and I know what I saw. I'm just glad I made it out alive. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys being alone, the type who loves the silence of nature. The kind of silence where you can hear the leaves rustling and the wind brushing through the trees. That's what I was after when I decided to go camping by myself in the middle of nowhere, far from any crowded campsites or noisy roads. It was supposed to be just me, my tent, and the wilderness, a break from everything. But as I look back now, I wonder why I thought this was a good idea. It started simple enough. I packed my gear, tent, sleeping bag, food, water, flashlight, knife, and a few other essentials. I didn't need much. The trip was meant to be 2 days, maybe 3, depending on how I felt. I drove out on a Friday afternoon. The weather was nice. The sun was still high, and everything seemed perfect. I wasn't worried. I knew the area was remote, but thought it would be fine. I had done this before, although not in such an isolated spot. I knew my way around the basics, knew what to do in case of an emergency. I parked my car at the edge of the woods, where the trail started, and began my hike. The trail was narrow and barely marked, but I had a map. It was old and a little torn up, but I had studied it before coming. After about an hour of walking, I reached the area where I planned to set up camp. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. There was a stream running nearby, the sound of water a pleasant background to the otherwise quiet woods. I knew I was far from any real roads. The place felt peaceful, untouched. I took a deep breath, took in the fresh air, and felt a sense of relief. Setting up camp was easy. I picked a spot near the stream, got my tent up, arranged my things inside, and even built a small fire pit. The sun started to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the clearing. There was something comforting about the fading daylight and the crackling of the fire. I started to cook dinner. It was nothing special, just a can of beans and some dried fruit, but it tasted like the best meal in the world. I sat by the fire, eating and listening to the sounds of nature around me. Every so often, an animal would rustle in the bushes, but it was nothing alarming. A deer, a rabbit, nothing that would cause concern. As darkness fully settled in, I decided to go for a short walk. The fire was enough to light the campsite, but the woods were pitch black beyond the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the shadows, feeling the cool evening air brush against my face. It was eerily quiet out there. Not a single sound other than my footsteps and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. I walked along the edge of the clearing, trying to ignore the slight unease creeping up my spine. It wasn't anything specific, just that feeling, you know? The one where you're aware of the stillness, the emptiness around you. It was too quiet. After a few minutes, I stopped. Something caught my attention, a shape in the distance. It wasn't an animal. It was too big, too still. I shined the flashlight over to where I thought I saw something. The beam illuminated nothing but trees and underbrush. I took another step forward. No more shadows. The shape had disappeared. My heart started to beat a little faster. I told myself I was just imagining things. It was probably just a pile of rocks or an odd-shaped tree trunk. I turned back toward the campsite, walking faster now, trying to shake the sudden chill that had settled in my chest. When I got back to my tent, I locked the zipper closed and crawled inside, trying to push the strange feeling out of my mind. I tried to distract myself, reading a book by flashlight, but it was hard to focus. My thoughts kept wandering back to the shape I thought I saw. I kept telling myself it wasn't anything. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the occasional creak of branches in the wind. I didn't hear any animals. No owls, No coyotes, not even the sound of a squirrel scurrying up a tree. The woods felt unnaturally quiet. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me, and the thought of something unknown, lurking just outside my tent made my skin crawl. Eventually, I drifted off, but it wasn't restful sleep. The night passed in restless dreams, flickering images of dark shapes moving through the woods, of whispers in the wind, of the feeling that I wasn't alone. Morning came, but not in the way I expected. It wasn't the bright, cheery kind of morning I'd hoped for. Instead, it was overcast, and the air was thick, humid, and heavy. I didn't know it at the time, but the weather was about to turn. I packed up my things, took down the tent, and decided to take a short hike around the area, hoping to find something to calm my nerves. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The trail, the one I had come down the previous day, didn't look quite right. The trees seemed different, the path seemed shorter. But I chalked it up to being half asleep and confused from the restless night. As I kept walking, the sky grew darker, the clouds pressing in closer. There was a storm coming. I knew that much from the wind picking up and the sudden drop in temperature. I decided to head back to my camp to take shelter. The walk back felt longer than it should have. Every turn felt wrong, every step heavier than the last. The woods around me felt oppressive. I didn't know if it was the storm, the lack of sleep, or something else entirely, but the woods were starting to feel wrong. I finally reached my campsite, but something was off. The fire pit, the tent, everything was in place, but it didn't feel like my camp anymore. The air was thick with tension, and the unease I'd felt the previous night was back, stronger than before. That's when I saw it. There were footprints near the fire pit, fresh ones, and they weren't mine. I don't know how I missed them when I left for my walk earlier, but now they were unmistakable. Large, heavy prints in the soft earth, leading off toward the trees. I froze, staring at them for a long time, my heart hammering in my chest. The prints weren't animal tracks. They were too big, too deep, and they were too close to my camp. I grabbed my flashlight and started scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone standing just beyond the clearing, watching me. But there was nothing, just trees, just shadows. I packed up the rest of my things quickly, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to jump out at me, but no one did. I made my way to the car as fast as I could, my hands shaking as I loaded everything into the trunk. I kept looking around, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, but the forest was still, too still. As I pulled out of the woods and back onto the main road, I couldn't help but feel relieved. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I didn't think it was anything malicious, but there was something about that place, something about the way it felt, that was too unsettling to ignore. I don't know if someone else had been in those woods or if it was something else entirely, but I knew for certain I wasn't going to go back. It wasn't the typical ghost story kind of experience. There were no flickering lights or things jumping out at me, no strange sounds at night, but there was a presence, something I couldn't quite explain, something that had watched me from the trees. The fact that it was real, the fact that it was someone else or something else, made it all the more unsettling. I don't go camping anymore, not in those kinds of places, and I'm not sure I ever will. But sometimes when I'm out walking, I'll see a tree line off in the distance, and for just a moment, I'll feel it again, the same uneasy feeling I had that night. That's when I know I made the right choice to leave. I'll never know what it was, but I do know one thing. Nature isn't always as peaceful as it seems.